go. Splendid. I don't think the tunes and the vibes are... There we go. I was about to say, I don't think the tunes and the vibes are going to match the quick draw of first. I shall update the sheet. Boo! Hear you walking.
I'm not quiet. I'm watching new CPU stuff, and I'm very excited for the throwing knives.
Yeah? Have you seen some of the designs?
Yes. Very cool.
I'm gonna wait until Friday. We're all gonna do it together.
I'm not gonna wait until Friday.
God, I have splash zone for yesterday's sandwich.
Oh.
Oh no! It's alright, it's a Monster Hunter hoodie, so it fits. Hello everybody! So Orchazini, congratulations in winning April's first! Chaunerus, all you could have done was tied it. But Raven, Dustin, Lizzie, Puns, what ho and welcome! How are you doing, you lovely mother hubbards? We have Balatro contests to conclude. We have games industry news to banter on. The coffee is fresh, and you know what? I'm doing as good as, you know. Puns, I did see your score. What the fuck? I had to watch the video, which I'm very glad you posted the video, because the first thing I saw was my brain just went, how? Like, I was pretty proud of mine. I thought I was punching down in this little contest. Turns out I was not. Fearless Watto and welcome. That sounds less fun. Cat Chunder on a Tuesday. A Wolfgrad Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Hello, hello. It's good to see you all. We've got a beautiful game to look at today. We have a ton of stuff to banter on. So yeah, pour yourself a cuppa, settle in. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. I feel like I finally got like an actual night's sleep last night, so feeling pretty good today. Not gonna lie. Right, how are you all doing? So yeah, we've got ourselves a splendid week. So today we are playing the Collage Atlas. Now we talked a little bit about this game yesterday, and I actually found this one via TikTok. But the TLDR is that over the course of 4.5 years, the gentleman behind this game basically hand drew a papercraft version of all assets. And I believe even like the soundtrack, he did one of those like little tiny versions of the auto pianos. So he drew out all the dots on a piece of paper or punched them, then ran it through this little crank handle music box. It looks absolutely gorgeous, but was a very, very good example about how good games don't sell themselves, right? So hopefully we can bump the needle on this game a little bit, maybe make it a little bit more visible. I do have to warn you, at some point I will make a sandwich today, and it will be unfairly good. Dustin, Watto, and welcome. Legend, Squarepeg, greetings, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, if you did like a slow-cooked, like, spicy mustard chicken that's just god tier, and I had some last night, and as I quote, "I'm amazed I didn't wake the household up making sex noises." That was the tier of sandwich that I made. So, Lily, just because I let myself sleep in a little bit today, me and sleep haven't been friends of late. And when I actually realised that I was sleeping good, I'm like, you know what, I'll take it.
66 months, almost to the nice number.
Almost. And numbers, like, I mean, 66 months is still fucking loads, and at a tier 2. That's fucking kind of you, thank you. Angelos and Lance, Watto and welcome. So it's like slow cooked pulled chicken in like a spicy mustard, and then all I do is just toast up the bread, reheat the chicken over like provolone. Oh, that's all it needs. Actually, so, oh, and Lance, if I didn't say it, Watto and welcome. Thank you again for looking after my ass on Saturday night. I was definitely destroyed the next day, but it would have been worse without the pizza. So Angelos, me and Susan on like 2-3 years ago. I invited Susan to be a guest on the show, and we had a really good conversation about like the peak 2000s games journalism. Specifically, people getting lost and trapped in Lord British's house during the Tabula Rasa press event. But as an offhand joke while we were doing the warm-ups and stuff, we talked about like a sandwich dating game where you have to decide how much of yourself as a sandwich you're gonna change. And so how much of yourself you will change to meet the tastes of other people. Like, you can make yourself the most generically applicable sandwich, but how much of you is still there? Yeah, no, it was actually a pretty fucking good idea. So yeah, you can have only Sandos. Like, just give me and Susan a shout out if you make it. Because you can kind of get to a sandwich of Theseus problem, but it's also a pretty interesting discussion on how much of the self is one willing to change to become more dateable. You know, when you enter into a relationship, both parties kind of change a little bit. So, both. Yeah, you can go full Dream Daddy with that. Because if you never played Dream Daddy, that game gets fucking dark. Yeah. Well, see, Angelos, and that's the 1-2 punch, right? You start off with the, from the makers of OnlyCams comes sandwiches that make sex noises. Fuck off. Fuck off. Just fuck off. It's Tuesday morning. Anyway, to a very doubtful guest, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Well, see, Lance, the whole, like, is a hot dog a sandwich thing it's like it's pedant bait. But when you're talking about the self, right? Like, if you change yourself so much from a sandwich to a hot dog, are you still the same person you were when you started out? That's where it gets in. Again, Ned, Watto, and welcome. Vanderbeest, hello, hello. House Order represented. I guess House Carl and Order are in already. Okay, so let me take you through the week. There's loads of fun stuff to banter about. However, I haven't seen Rebel Moon Part 2 yet. I know you're all waiting with bated breath. Sorry, I'm saving it for if I get really down this week, because no matter how bad it gets, I have not fucked up as badly as Rebel Moon Part 2. So, today we're going to be playing a gorgeous game.
Honestly, I'm sick of Ship of Theseus jokes. They were all once fresh and new, but after the subject's been taken apart and rewritten so many times, is it even a joke anymore?
Puns, thank you for the bit. Oh. No, Alnus, okay, sorry. Pun Spectre, thank you kindly for the bits. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Like, that's what keeps me alive. I'm very grateful. But no, so Alnus, I genuinely am glad I watched Rebel Moon Part 1 because it's fucking dog shit. But the reason I love it is quite simple. If you grew up through the 90s like a lot of us did, then you were subject to the idea of the rock star, right? The idea that there are people who are just brilliant and perfect and better. this insane concept put forward by monoculture. That was always a falsehood. You know, there are good people, you know, your David Bowies and whatnot, but ultimately they are paths we could have walked down, or at least to say that we all have our special skill sets. Rebel Moons Part 1 and 2 are a great example of how, you know, these people who command these multi-million-dollar movie budgets aren't special. They aren't, you know, some different breed of creature. They're just people. To quote movies with Viking, nobody knows what they're doing. Rebel Moon had the budget, it had the actors, it had all the pieces to be brilliant, and it's dog shit. And you wouldn't have made as much of a mess as that. Alright? Like, you can watch those movies and go, you know what? I wouldn't have biffed it that hard. Oh, no, yeah, Wolfcrat, except for Fred Durst. Fred Durst isn't people. Fred Durst is a natural element. Kind of like the Stuff from the movie The Stuff. Fred Durst was just found one day. Not too dissimilar from Mr. Blobby. Oh, yeah, no, Legend, the fucking concept art on Rebel Moon is gorgeous. And the people they have as the cast is brilliant. And then you watch it and you're like, it's so bad it's good. The whole first movie they keep talking about this great general. It's a great general, an amazing commander, but he's in the gladiatorial pits now. He'll never work with you. And so they just find him and go, work with us. No. Please work with us. All right. And that's it. We don't see him fight in the arena. There's no great tactitional stuff. They just show up. It's brilliant. Anyway. And very doubtful, you are correct. Fred Durst and Mr. Blobby have never been seen in the same place. So it could be that Fred Durst is the light side to Blobby's dark side. Like two sides to chaos. Faber6, I'm saying Rebel Moon is a movie so incompetent, they could have tried to kill Sean Bean and he would have lived. Cold ankles. Watto and welcome. Anyway, so yeah, if you get the chance to watch it. Feel good. Like, take pride in your art. Have fun with the things you want to create, because you didn't fuck up as bad as Rebel Moon Part 2. Anyway, so what are we doing today? What are we doing this week? So today we are going to be looking over just a gorgeous game. This is called the Collage Atlas. This is literally a hand-drawn game. All of the assets for this, as far as I understand it, were all hand-drawn and then scanned in as like little paper craft pieces. One of the reasons why I've been obsessed with this is that one of the videos crossed my feed on TikTok, and I'd heard nothing about this. And to my understanding, it's a self-published title. It took like 4.5 years to make, and unfortunately, it is an example of like good games do not sell themselves. So, like, this is one of these titles I'm hoping we can show people. I'm hoping we can, you know, push the needle a little bit. So please, please, please give this a wish list if you can. Give it a follow. It increases the chances that more people will see it. If you get the chance to pick it up, if it interests you, please do and leave a review. Like, we can do this. Greybeard, you've not missed the final results of the Bambi. Because we have 3 awards and Puns can't win them all. Even though technically Puns won 2 of the 3, but don't worry about it. I do. But oh, sorry. If you're wondering what we're talking about, so on Saturday we started a Balatro contest over on Discord, and the rules were simple. Everyone has the same seed, and whoever gets either the highest single hand or the highest ante wins. Sorry, it was highest hand, highest ante, and cool points. And we had to go at that over the weekend. It was a ton of fun. But, like, Puns was on another fucking level. like another level. So, oh, and Biggs, Watto, and welcome. So yeah, if there are any people still waiting to post their screenshots, throw them into Arcade now. Because I think GitNed threw in theirs. No, GitNed, that's a solid one. That's just under 1 million in one hand. Anti-10. Good work. But yeah, so if anybody's got in to throw in, so I guess puns, your choice will have to be like, do you want for, you know what, we should give it to puns for anti-12, because you beasted best hands. Hang on, we'll come back to these in a second, but again, friends, if any of you are still putting your entries in, now is the time. Wolfgrad makes a good point. If Pun Spectre is actually 3 smaller kobolds in a trench coat, then we do have to give all of those kobolds an award. But it was real fun. And I think it's something that we will do again, right? Because I think the Balatro update's gone out now. Everything's been happening so much this weekend, I wasn't paying as much attention as I should. Actually, yeah, and puns, I did see your suggestion for the next one of it being only, like, base no unlocks. And yeah, Angelos, I got to agree. It was nice to think about it from a different perspective other than just win. Because I've been a little worried. Like, I've only got a couple of difficulties. I've got the orange deck left to unlock, and then it's just, like, finishing up my collection. Oh, no, Alnus is correct. Kobolds are currently banned from playing poker. That's why they're all pretending to be Pun Spectre. They can waddle into the casino. But no, Angelos, absolutely agree. But one thing that Pun Spectre was suggesting that if we do this again, because Balatro lets you have different profiles, just one with no unlocks, only the base decks, and then going from there, adds a little bit more of an even playing field. Because I will admit, there's a few legendary cards that I still don't have. And I did notice that Angelos had a couple of cards that I've not unlocked yet. Actually, maybe 2? Yeah, Puns, I'm sorry at least in that regard that because it was a seeded run you didn't get any Chivos. But I found myself, like, in certain hands, certain in-between sections, I was just cycling through the Jokers to learn what I could build from my, like, incredible machine. Okay. So, just to show you all, for those of you that don't live on the Discord, we'll bring it over to main screen. So, let's bring it first up to... So I think it was Greybeard, Anti-9, which is a clear, best hand, 28k, that's fucking good, alright? I was pretty proud of mine, which I made it up to 10 as well, but just under 250,000 in a single hand. I know, spicy. I was playing this, like, bastard tier straight deck. I mean, straight thing going on in this household, let me tell you. But... shout out to Angelos. Definitely a contender for the cool points with some cool looking Jokers. The holographic fire Joker is always cool. Well, so Lizzie, it's something that we can definitely do. I'm thinking of stuff to be doing, not next month, as in May, but in June. Basically, I'm gonna be having to leave you all for a week or two in June, and it will be the longest I've ever been away from you lot since the Longship started. Obviously, as a professional streamer, I'm fucking terrified that everyone will leave and never come back. So I'm trying to think of fun things you all can do while I'm away, because fear is real, and I don't want to lose the Longship. But sorry. Apologies. But the absolute winner has to be Pun Spectre, alright? Like, I think this is one where, if I had to hand out the points, I'd say, give one to Git Ned for also hitting anti-10 and beating my best hand. I'd give the cool points to Angelos, but just for the, that chromatic flaming Joker just spoke to me. But if we have to talk about winners, hang on, let me just pause the tunes here. This was Pun Spectre's winning hand. I'm going to play it once, and then I'll play it for you again in slow motion. Just look at this. Now you're probably wondering what happened there. Let's go back through that again in slow motion. So we've got all glass aces, ace boost, whatever this fucking icy bastard is up here. The times, I think it's either ×2 or ×3 if you've got flush, plus whatever chromatic nonsense. Then the no discards ×2, and the all cards trigger twice. Just look at this. Oh, is this the wrong one? Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, I'm so sorry. How could I have done this? Okay, this was the big hand. Alright, now blink and you'll miss it, friends. Blink and you'll miss it. Oh, plus all steel cards in hand as well. Boosh, you know. NBD. If you would like that again in slow motion, because I know I fucking would. Let's bring it back over here. Slow it way down. Way down. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. So every card in the deck was diamonds. Boosh. Just shy of a billion point score. NBD puns. NBD. So anyway, congratulations. I hope you had a lot of fun with that one, because I bloody did. And yeah, so because I am going to have to take some time off, not technically next month, because next month's tomorrow, but in like around the start of June. That's something that we can do as well. It's gonna be a good time. Okay, so what else is going on? So for this week, today we have Collage Atlas, tomorrow's Elden Ring. Thursday, Heroes to the People Dan Jones is joining me for a start of Valheim. And I can see, I mean, for as long as DJ wants to kick around with it, that's something that I think is, touch wood, I'm hoping is going to be a weekly feature, because I saw the trailer for Valheim's Ashlands, and I'm like, yes! Like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Then on Friday, we have Sea of Thieves, and it is the start of the new season of Sea of Thieves this week. We're talking double-barrel pistols, throwing knives. We are talking the conch shell of power. Angela's, there isn't currently a Longship Valheim server, but there's nothing that says that, well, we don't currently have one hosted, but if people want to do a playthrough, we can definitely get one going. Yeah, we've got Harpoon walking. It's going to be good. And all the PS5 players have just been thrown in, so it's going to be a little bit more chaotic. And I'm alright with that. Yes, so Legend, the harpoons on the side of ships, you will now be able to walk across those. There's also a bunch of zip lines and fucking other traversal toys to play with. Oh, there's also a grenade that contains skeletons and a shotgun-style munition for cannons that basically does like multi-small shot for like close-range broadsides. So yeah, we'll have the crew together for that. I'm just making sure we've got our pirates in a row. I'll natter about that. I'll natter at them later about that. So that's Friday, and then my good friend Placeholder has kindly invited us to a picnic. Now, I see no way in which Placeholder is going to cancel on us. Like, it's been so many times. Like, there's no way Placeholder's going to bail on us this time. But if they do, the same people who published Balatro are also publishing Abiotic Factor. And guess who got his press keys in for that one? So if you can forgive me for 2 days of squad games, we'll be doing Abiotic Factor on Saturday. I'm not entirely sure who that's going to entail, but we'll see. Organising people is one of the more challenging parts of my profession. And so I've decided to do it twice this week because of reasons. I mean, Lizzie, if I didn't like pain, I would have chosen a different profession, that's for sure. Anyway, so that's the long and short of it for this week. Please forgive me if I'm a little bit fried. I have some cool side work going on this week, but there's going to be a lot. So, if you don't see me hanging out in Discord in the evenings as much as I would like, that's why. I am sure there is something else I'm already forgetting. But yeah, that's what this week is going to be looking like. Who wants to talk about game news? I have to admit, I did thoroughly enjoy the weekend Schadenfreude of Tarkov. Tarkov's no, dig up, stupid. Which apparently teed up a different team to basically just win. Now, it's very bitty guy shooty gunbang. But there is a title that dropped today called Grey Zone Warfare. And again, it could not be more like, you know, bitty, manly men doing shooty gunbangs. But it's basically taking the same business model, the extraction shooter style, except for it's on Steam. And it is already wildly successful. Now, it seems like it's a bit janky, and again, if you're not into the very shooty gunbang, it's not going to be for you, but it also, out the box, comes with just a PvE mode you can play with your friends. It's almost like people don't always want to get dunked on by players who are better than them. It's so weird. It just amuses me greatly that the team behind this title, Grey Zone, could not have asked for better press to release their game. And, you know, I have no sympathy for the Tarkov team. So it's a nice little guilt-free Schadenfreude. Because, like, seriously, maybe those players just need to get good. But we can't all do your skill of Naked and Afraid. No puns. It absolutely is. And it's just, it's so funny. It's so funny. Yes, so Favor 6. This is the title. It's Grey Zone Warfare. Currently, it does need a very beefy PC, as they've really leaned into the... Shout out to Shooty McGunbang Dev, making all those games shoot gunbang loud. But yeah, so this is a very UE5 title, and it doesn't seem they've started... They might have rushed to launch, but they definitely... If they did, they made the right call. But yeah, as somebody who played a lot of DayZ back in the day, I always have a soft spot for these kinds of, like, emergent shooty gunbang, and I think that the extraction shooter format is a great way to balance the intensity of things like DayZ with having an actual fucking life. I don't think we need to go into the Tarkov stuff. They eventually 180'd and cancelled the $260 or $50 edition that they announced, but are now saying that server constraints mean that they won't be rolling stuff out. So yeah. Like I said, just some lovely little guilt-free Schadenfreude. Razer has to pay over $1 million for their RGB plague masks, which, like, I don't have any hate for Razer, but it was such a dumb thing. It should never have been real. Even as, like, an April Fool's, like, the, you know, RGB masks. No. Oh, and Unity cranked the price on their Unity Pro licenses. So rather than being $40 a month, it is now $180 a month. Thanks, Stabby Dave. Love that. Oh, and the curious one is, so apparently Hasbro, rather than trying to find another partner like Larian, Hasbro have decided they're going to put like $1 billion on developing their own internal game development team. Now, I think this will be a disaster because I don't think Hasbro has ever had the flexibility. Oh, Clank, Watto, and welcome.
Hello, what hope?
Clank, thank you for 66 months. How are you doing? Watto, and welcome. Hello. Yeah, it's a 66-month gang. I think 66 is the most you can have right now. So people sneaking them in before the end of the month. But no, seriously, all of you, thank you. But no, Hasbro want number go up. Hasbro have, from what I have seen, drastically struggled to embrace the creative individuals in their varying teams. And the thing is, making video games is often a counterintuitive process for business. And I can't see Hasbro having the flexibility, but maybe they have a plan. Maybe they're going to hire somebody who actually knows what they're doing. I mean, we said the same things about Microsoft when they announced the OG Xbox. It could happen, but I feel it is on them to prove to us, not the other way around. You know what I mean? Yeah, Fearless, I've heard the same thing. Like, Hasbro is not a flexible company and does not... Right, and absolutely does not have the kind of culture that a game studio needs. Like, I mean, you'll know my history. I was part of a games team inside a tech company, and it was so hard to get them to understand the process. But that's another story. Well, no, so Earthman Dave, if you had $1 billion right now, you could hire some of the best people in the industry. You know, you could put together an amazing team. I mean, if you had $1 billion fucking dollars, you could make basically an eternally sustainable team. Like, but that's another story. Hasbro want to capitalize on more Monopoly Go than Baldur's Gate 3. But like, so Monopoly Go made them sickening amounts of money. Baldur's Gate 3 garnered critical and international attention. Like, one is your moneymaker, one is your Oscar winner, right? And they want to capitalize on both of those while they can. But
Disney is making a live-action Mufasa movie. I want to see spin-off the movie where his brother is raised in New York. It would be called Scarsdale.
That was a long walk for a short glass of water. Akira Zero, thank you kindly. That's $5 to keeping this whole thing going. Thank you. I hate how long it took me to realise that the whole Timon and Pumbaa eating bugs is a shorthand for just getting stoned. I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't realise that until my 30s. That basically their whole philosophy is, oh man, sorry your dad's dead. Like, yeah, hi. And yes, Fearless, Angelos, you're entirely correct. It took a long time for Microsoft to stop fucking meddling. Like, a long time. Because they killed Lionhead through meddling. They nearly killed Rare. Like, I remember Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. You know, there was a point where Microsoft were the dictators of their first-party studios. And, you know, the Kinect era cost us a lot of good teams. Hey, look, I'm not saying Nuts and Bolts was badly made, but what I am saying is that nobody wanted that from Rare. It was a product that was made to hit a part of Xbox's catalog, right? You know this, I know this. But I can't see a world in which Hasbro can leave the fuck alone enough for an internal team to make something that even starts coming close to Baldur's Gate 3, because Baldur's Gate 3 was an iterative title. It wasn't a put-together AAA project made in 5 years. If you think about Baldur's Gate 3 didn't start its beginning of development, it started at Divinity Original Sin and was worked on from there. I don't think Hasbro can put together that kind of team. And Bismarck, I'm not sure what that has to do with the price of milk. I would suspect that Solitaire hasn't been part of Microsoft games for a while. It's probably being handled by the app side of things, if I had to guess. But again, I'm just looking at the tea leaves.
It's funny that nuts and bolts failed so Tears of the Kingdom could succeed.
You're just trying to drive me up a wall. Akira Zero, thank you again for the 500. It's $10 for keeping this thing going. Thank you. But Tears of the Kingdom succeeded because... Look. No billion-dollar company is your friend. None of these gigantic entities are good. But sometimes they do right, and Nintendo turned to the fucking Zelda team and went, cool, we're just gonna give you an extra year for just, like, polish and maybe some, like, additional side features. How's that? Like, you good? You want that? Can you imagine EA turning around to a team and being like, hey, we're really sorry, BioWare, that we rushed you on this Mass Effect game. Do you want just another year? But don't worry about it. There's a really good video that Polygon put out about how the systems of Tears of the Kingdom work, and it talks about why other studios just can't do that. Fascinating. I'll see if I can find it while we're narrating. Let me see if I can find it for you all, because it's a really good watch. Naruhoodie, what and welcome. Coming in, friend, coming in. Ah, yes, here we go. Why Tears of the Kingdom's physics
Reactor
are blowing.
online.
Arrow Griffin,
Sensors
what and
online.
welcome.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Shit, sorry, Arrow Griffin, thank you kindly. And for 31 months as well. I think that's kind of the long and short of it for gaming news right now. There's been a few other things that have kind of crossed feeds, but I don't mean this to sound judgy, friends, but right now, more so than ever, do not give shitty people on Twitter oxygen. There's a few grifters who have kind of been like skimming around the game space, who are just driving everybody up the wall. But they've worked out this perfect combination of things that are wrong and infuriating that will generate the right kind of anger. Now, for those who don't know, Twitter is a shithole. It is an unmoderated hellscape, but Twitter pays now based on engagement. And what drives engagement? Hate. So with Twitter being an unmoderated hellscape, there are a lot of people who are just trying to create as much pain as possible. And I understand that it's counterintuitive, right? We want to fight shitty people. It's what we do. However, by fighting, by doing battle on social media with these individuals, you are paying them. And one thing that was doing the rounds was this awful Free Stellar Blade campaign that's going on. Now, the not controversy around Stellar Blade is frankly mind-boggling, but suffice to say, a few shitey people are using it as this, they're censoring our video games, pearl clutching. And due to changes between the release build on discs and the day one patch, they have taken this as censorship, alright? There's no actual grounding in this, but it's so obnoxious, it's really hard not to get involved. And right now, it's more important than ever, just fucking leave them alone. Let them burn out. Because again, this grift only works with external input, right? It needs fuel. If there's no fuel, the grift doesn't work. And this isn't at you lot. I've seen a lot of industry friendos who have kind of fallen for the bit. And I just want to shake them and be like, stop giving these people coverage. Sorry, Otto, and welcome. But basically, the guy who was responsible for Firefall a few years back, he is one of the most rancid pieces of shit. But he's also a grifter. And he's using this technique to piss off the game dev community, piss off people that actually love games, and try and generate this bizarre culture war. And like, I get it, like, back in the day, Twitter used to be our town square, right? It used to be the homies together. It's not anymore. It's just another gamified hellscape. What's so fearless? And that's the thing. It doesn't... What they run their mouth about does not matter, alright? Like, they're going to continue to say the worst things as if they somehow represent video games. They are below us, you know? Not to be smug bastards, but, you know, for those of you that work in games or spend times in places like the Longship, these people are so far below you, you know? We do not need to concern ourselves with the opinions of lesser beings, you know? I mean, Legend, Twitter had its day, and it was lovely during a time. It was lovely during a time. Like, there's loads of friends and people I made through that, and it's hard. That time is gone. That time is dead. I keep my Twitter because I need it for DMs, and because there are still people that hang out thusly. Well, no, so Fearless, I mean, it's not wrong. There are awful people on there. It's just, you have to understand that it is a grift. It could be anything, you know. People like the fucking dickhead from Firefall. He has no allegiance, he has no ideology. It's whatever generates the most amount of pissed off people generates him money, right? And once you start looking at it like that, you know, it could be an attack campaign on, you know, Sweet Baby Games. It could be the Stellar Blade bollocks. It doesn't matter. The grift boils down to make people mad at you. Profit. Yeah, Naru, that's the point. Twitter pays out ad revenue to content creators now. So the more people that are posting, the more people that are commenting. If you do need to deal with these people on social media, screenshot what they post it from there. Yes, Angela's blue checks get paid for that. And also, the blue check marks are bumped above any other discussion regardless of interaction. And as we know, the blue check mark squad are the worst people. It's just, over the weekend, some of that stuff started like rolling into my feeds, and look, I understand. Shit sucks this year. It sucks. And a lot of us are out of work and on our own, and it feels counterintuitive, right? Like, these people come into our spaces and talk shit. Let's fucking what? But that's what they want, right? Because every time we wail some punches, they're getting paid for it. So very doubtful. This is the thing. Like, there's no actual discussion about censorship in video games. Because, like, we've talked about this here. Entities like Tencent and fucking, Savvy Game Group and things like that. Huge monolithic entities with near endless money that are based in regions that have drastic censorship, right? Like, thankfully Savvy Games Group, despite their name, aren't very savvy, but that's the Saudis who would, let me check my notes, kill you for being gay. And I understand that's a little bit, like, Savvy Games Group. Oh, sorry, the Saudis had a stand at PAX East for their weird tourist city they're building that's going to have an esports district. I'd say a good 80% of the longship, if we attended that place, if we went to that part of the world, we run the risk of being detained, imprisoned, or killed. Right? That sounds like censorship to me. That sounds bad. And if Savvy Games Group starts getting a foothold in, English language games areas, they're going to have input on what we can and can't put into our games. Right? Like, that's some serious censorship right there. There's also the shit about the games preservation bollocks, which, now, with those guys, I understand they just want to preserve games. They're mad about online video games being taken down. But they are proposing government legislation on video games. Excuse me, what is censorship? Oh, well, that's when the government tells you what you can and can't do. But if this went through, wouldn't the government be able to tell us what we can and can't do? Yes, they would. I'm just like... Ah! And yeah, no, Angelos... And the thing is, like, especially with the Saudi companies, they will throw around scary amounts of money. But so, very doubtful. I think the bear discussion is a very interesting one in the US, but that, I think, is actually coming from a place of a genuine discussion, right? And it's shaken up a lot of mask folk because they're unaware of how much of a threat they are to most populace, right? But that's an actual discussion that's happening. The shit that's happening with, like, Free Stellar Blade, it's just a grift, The irony, of course, is that TikTok doesn't pay out that well. With TikTok, you need to be in the big numbers to get any cash. The way it works is that basically TikTok allocates a block of money, and then the top creators get a slice of that pie based on a bunch of factors. Which is unlike Twitter's, where it's essentially like a cut of ad revenue. So for that, you just want eyeballs on your terrible posts, right? But Legend, I'm sorry I have to disagree. Like, I don't want to encourage a situation where, the government tells you what you can and can't make. The Chinese government is incredibly strict on what can and can't go into games. Incredibly strict. You have to have approval from the Chinese government to release your video game, alright? Now, over here, the government doesn't actually need to tell you whether you can or can't put a game out. If it is sold in stores, it needs to be rated, and if it's not rated, you can be fined. But that's very, very different than whether you can or cannot. They just turned around to Tencent, a couple years back, and went, no more games for you. No, you're not allowed to release games anymore. They just said that, right? And yes, very doubtful it is. That is their perceived slightage, is that the release version didn't include some intended changes. I think it was like there's some lace on some character models and shit like that. Yeah, saying there's a thing about using military stuff. You'd need to be more specific, Yeti, because like the only things I know about is that guns and military equipment is licensed. So like if you put a Hummer or an M4 assault rifle in your video game, you need to have a licensing agreement from the company to make those. So that's where that comes in. Well, so Fred, you can fudge the numbers, right? Like, the club and things like that in GoldenEye aren't real guns, and so you don't have to pay them even though they bear a likeness. You can get by a lot. And Quasi, Watto, and welcome. What's a legend? If we really want to help with accessibility, like, what we're doing at the moment is good. More things at an engine level that allow people. But, like, think about it like this. If we want to release a game with just 2 of us, that's a monumental task already. If we have to hit a certain baseline of accessibility, who decides that? What is the process for that? Essentially, it would be like having to apply for a license. You know what I'm saying? And this is where I'm kind of... I don't want to see itch.io go away because a bunch of neckbeards decided that they wanted to play The Crew. You know what I'm saying? Now, I do want to campaign for more accessibility. The more things that could be added at like the Unreal or the Godot engine level would be fucking brilliant. And I think they're working towards that, you know? We've also got teams like Special Effects that help make custom controllers for people with mobility issues and stuff like that, which is fucking brilliant. But anyway, my point is more that you're gonna see more of this grift until Twitter implodes. You're gonna see people saying shit loudly that is the worst. And it's going to take a lot to not engage. And the problem is, you're gonna see people who fall for the bait. Like good peeps. Like, and it's going to be hard to not get involved. It's going to be hard not to track that in. But with these shitey people, you've got to starve them out, right? Because the thing is, the army of these, like, you know, Twitter Blue Lot and stuff like that is not a sustainable ecosystem, right? They're paying a subscription to yell at each other. And if you've ever seen, like, how forums devolve once they go toxic, they eventually reach a point where it becomes cannibalistic. Awful people eating awful people until there's nothing left, because there has to be something to be mad at. There has to be rage to fuel the machine. And if it's not being provided externally, then it has to come within. And that's when the whole thing just got to go... I know, so Angelos, I completely agree with you. It's a really good villainous move, right? It's been a while since we had anything that resembled like a censorship discussion. And I know I've talked about this with Nick on Sea of Thieves and stuff like that this whole thing was very conceived, very contrite. But it's like, compared to where we were, I mean, like, even like 5 years ago, you can buy a game about people bumping uglies right now. Hell, Steam has even gone so far as to allow you to hide it, so that your friends don't see what you're buying and playing. Like, you can get away with so much in terms of video games. The reason we don't have... that's a whole nother discussion, but the reason we don't have more, you know, sexy times in video games is because they're incredibly expensive to make. If you're making them at a, you know, more than just budget level, you know. As also when it comes to box product sales and things like that in the US, because we'll talk about, yeah. And Jamami, you can do that. People don't need to know you're on a downward spiral if you hide the game. Anyway, sorry, bringing it back. It's just, like, if you need to rant and rave about it in the long ship, I completely understand. if you need to vent about these like absolute troglodytes trying to farm the outer reaches of video games for a few quick bucks by being shit, like, I completely understand. All right, it's just, and this isn't so much aimed at you lot, but I feel like just don't engage. If you have to engage on social media, screenshot or snip it, repost it. Like, make that your, if you have to interact in those spaces, make that your modus operandi, because ultimately we just starve these fuckers out, right? You know, the thing about what's his face, the guy who's been behind all of this Stellar Blade nonsense, is that he is a failed studio head. Let me tell you, his day is fucking coming, because the NDAs that people signed around Firefall will run out, right? This is the guy that drove that whole fucking thing into the ground and then just turned into an awful POS on social media. And until the switch to the new model on Twitter, he was kind of inconsequential. So yeah. People like that will only ever be able to yell slurs at the games industry from the outer edges. They're not... He doesn't make shit anymore. So Unholy Glee, Stellar Blade is an okay hack and slash title on the PS5. It features very anime-inspired sexy characters, or predominantly a main sexy character. The game itself is... it's fine. It doesn't have the panache or swagger of like Bayonetta or Devil May Cry, and it feels very by the numbers in terms of its character design, aside from the sexiness about it. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Hoffers, he got booted before Blizzard got rumbled. That's how bad he was. Yeah, Stellar Blade is, we've got Nier Automata at home. The sexiness is there. It doesn't really say or do anything. It is a game you can play. From what I've seen of it, it's fine. You know? Nier Automata is obviously the fucking gold standard for this, because even Yoko Taro's like, no, I just wanted to put some sexy people in it. And then later on, you're like, wait a second. Did you use the hypersexualization of the androids to make an artistic point? You fucking did, didn't you? Oh, you tricked me! I think about that so much. So much. And just the fact that Yoko Taro was like, no, doesn't mean anything, I just like sexy ladies. And you're like, wait a fucking second. Are you making me feel things? How dare you? Alright, Dustin, that is good. Stellar Blade puts the wish.com into Vanquish. That's very good, friend. But like, Stellar Blade's fine. It acknowledges what it's doing. Like, the most scantily clad outfit for your character removes their armor, meaning you get no armor bonuses. You know, it's at least self-aware enough. And, like, it's no more egregious than other things we've seen. But what was bizarre was this, like, campaign of, like, counter-censorship around it, which I guess came from nowhere? So Unholy Glee, I haven't been able to trace it, but I think it does come from, what's-his-face, Ballbag McFirefall, claiming that the games industry wants to censor this. And I was kind of like... oh, shit! Genres, I didn't actually know it was from the same people that did Nike, Goddess of War. It makes sense. I was trying to do a playthrough of Nike's story to see if it does any other weird stuff, because, like, that intro is still so fucked up. But, like, Nike's entire business model is butts and boobs. Butts and boobs. And, like, it's not... do you know what? If that's what they want to do, fucking good on them, you know? Yeah. Well, as a genre, I always thought Dragon's Crown was such a strange one. Because that one was so over... like, Dragon's Crown took every single element of, like, fantasy design and turned it, like, up to 13 to almost grotesque proportions. Oh yeah, no, so Unholy Glee, yeah, Angelos has basically nailed it. It was a generated outrage. But the problem was, I also saw people kind of taking the bait on it. And so yeah, I mean, Stellar Blade's become a name that is now known, which it wasn't. So for the team, it's worked out well. So I don't think they engaged, but they certainly didn't discourage it. But then again, if it's a, South Korean or Chinese company, they might not even fucking know it's happening. So. I mean, in terms of Mobage, Nikkei is fine. Like, if you want an actual game, there are lots of other ones that fit that profile much, much better. It's been really interesting to see the breakdowns of, like, I think it's Honkai Star Rail that's been kicking around for a year, and some of the write-ups have been fascinating about, how much actual game it has. I'm a fan of fucking Arc Knights, which I don't play as much anymore because I actually have to concentrate because it's actually a game to play now. But yeah, anyway, so I don't want to go too far down the dark rabbit hole. Like, I have a gorgeous game to show you all. And, today we're going to be doing some good. At least I hope. Like, the game we're playing today, the Collage Atlas, for those of you who just joined us, is an entirely hand-drawn title. Like, all the assets were papercraft and scanned in. And it just looks beautiful. But unfortunately, it ended up just getting buried in all the myriad of great games that keep dropping. And today we can give it a little bump. We might be the people that end up showing it to others and maybe help it break out of its little shell. I'm not going to diss on the person behind it. Because they did make some really good little TikToks about it, which is how I found out about the game. But sadly, none of their marketing efforts managed to catch hold. There was an article on Eurogamer like 2 days ago, and I'm really hoping that we can... I'm really hoping that we can, show this to a few peeps. And thank you all for letting me natter on that one. You absolutely can get a game link. If you can, friends, give it a like, give it a follow, give it a wish list. If you do decide to pick up a copy, just make sure to leave a review. It's got like 13 positive reviews. Oh yes, Unholy Glee. That is something that we will absolutely play. Yeah, so Unholy Glee, I nearly missed that from the Xbox Indie Showcase because I was paying attention to like the cool, weird cyberpunk stuff. But yesterday, and I don't know if it was or had been announced prior, if I just missed it, but 33 Immortals is a 33-player Hades co-op. And we might be one of the few squads that can actually fucking play that. Ludo, I had heard of the Immortal... the Scarlet Deer Inn. Let me make sure I've got it wishlisted, though. I do not. I'm a bad friend. So the Scarlet Deer Inn is an entirely embroidered title. Now, I don't know if I would recommend you do what, you know, the gentleman behind this game or the Scarlet Deer Inn do, because making a rod for your own back is very, very challenging. Oh, and Wet Paint, it's lovely to see you. I guess I'll see you in the VODs, friend, and glad to hear you're doing well. Ah, interesting. So Jonas was saying that 33 Immortals showed up at the Triple I showcase. There was a sizzle trailer without any talking points. So that... The problem with the success of Hades means that there are multiple games out there that are Hades but X, right? So when I first saw 33 Immortals, I was like, oh, it's a Hades but wah. No, it's Hades but 30 friends. 30-person Hades, let's fucking go. Like, it's gonna be chaos, and I love it. But yeah. I'm really excited to show you the Collage Atlas today. I'm just getting everything set up. Make sure I'm doing my posts and whatnot. Because, like, I do still throw out posts on social media about games when I think it's relevant. I don't do the going live post every day anymore, and I have reduced my posting, but there's still value in it, right? Sorry, bear with me just a second, but I did not prepare my tweet before I wrote it. Oh yeah, no, so on Holy Glee, like, Hades was so good, and resisting the urge to binge Hades too early is going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot. Yeah, so genres, I think this is where the Triple I showcase, I don't think was necessarily bad, right? But I don't think it was handled well enough to help titles that weren't already massively successful. And it kind of makes me wonder, like, with games like 33 Immortals, what did they do in that space? Because in my heart of hearts, it really does feel like they just propped up the biggins, right? They propped up Vampire Survivors and the other biggins, right? Like, having some connective tissue is important, especially when the game's got like a hook or a concept that isn't easily conveyed. Now, you could say that perhaps the 33 Immortals team should have made a trailer that better showed it off, but you know what I mean? Oh no, and genres, that's the thing, it's not bad, but as people that work in the space or care about the space, knowing what showcases have value and what you're just fuel for the fire, you know. No, thank you for the bits, friend. Okay, let me bang out this tweet. And then let's get started with the Collage Atlas. If we end up getting through this early, I might have to do some VO stuff tonight, or I do have a couple of other little titles that we can dance around on. I got my sideboard. The one I'm looking forward to, which we'll probably end up doing next week, is a game called The Tower on the Borderland. This is a kind of Resi Evil Hellboy mashup, and I'm just fucking living for this. Well, so Ludo, this is one of the things that I talk about a lot, is that you can't always rely on a publisher to give you all of the attention and all of the deets. Like, just because a publisher has done a great job showing off other titles in the past doesn't mean you can be lax. Because you can never guarantee whether or not...
If a Minotaur and a Centaur had a baby, would it be half bull, half horse, or would it be half human and half human?
With the top half of a person and the bottom half of also a person. What if it went the other way? What if it's got, like, 8 limbs and kind of like a horse bull head? Got some serious Brahmin potential right there, you know what I'm saying? But so Ludo, you can never know behind the scenes, like, is your game a tentpole release? Are you one of the titles that they are banking on? Like, maybe you're just like the runt of the litter of that year's crop of video games, you know? And I'm not shitting on Thunder Lotus at all, because, like, they've done such good jobs. But, like, what's their, like, if we go over to Thunder Lotus games, like, okay, so that's the studio. Who's publishing 33 Immortals? Okay. Let's have a look. So currently it's only on Xbox and Epic. Yeah, join the closed beta. Who's publishing this? Yeah, sorry, this is where... Alright, so this is being self-published. So that just means their internal team is just fucking slacking. Oh, forgive the harpsichord there. So yeah, how come it didn't have a better trailer? Like, there's a Swish site, but why is it only on Xbox and Epic? Did they get an Epic grant? Is Microsoft putting money into this and they're self-publishing? In which case, were they expecting to get more coverage from somebody? Like, these are the points where I start getting, like, a little bit crazy eyes and obsessed and trying to work out, like, why thing like thing? Why thing not like other thing? Especially when it comes to marketing. You know? And it could have been like Video Dave had the fucking week off or something. I don't know. Could have been a lot of different things. So Chonorus, I believe you can sign up for it. You can sign up the beta now. I don't know when it is going hard. So it could be there's still ages left on the campaign before they start putting people in. So it might be that they just scraped together a trailer as quick as they could for the AAA showcase, and then on the Xbox showcase was when they had like a bit more time on it, which does happen. Like, honestly, I've had offers with like a, you know, fucking 48-hour turnaround of being like, oh hey, do you want to be part of the digital showcase? And it's like, fuck, can we cut a trailer together in a day and change? Okay. Okay, Wolfgrad overthinks centaurs. Okay. Sorry, let's get this post up. I'm trying to be useful. Oh yeah, I can't post, oh yeah, I can't post fucking videos anymore, can I? Fucking Twitter. Fucking shite. No. So if you want to grab yourself a cup of tea, you've got 2 or 3 minutes before we get started proper. Bonjour. Yeah, and Vernflow, we don't need to go into that whole kettle of monkeys. It is interesting how digital communications are changing, and personally, as a CM, I've been focusing on, like, digital tribalism more than anything else. Like, that it's more about the small communities you roll in, rather than being part of the big town center. The town square no longer exists, so, like, what is the connective tissue between all these different tribes? That's the point I've been thinking about a lot recently. Well, so Legend, that's the thing I keep thinking about, is like the wanky bastards would love us to believe that we're going to continue to move up, right? So we had OG internet, then we had the web 2.0, and then the rise of social media. Now it's like we're kind of going backwards, right? The big sites have become too unwieldy and otherwise. Hey! Fern Watto and welcome! I have a gorgeous game to show you in just a second. Well, no, and so Angelos, I really do think that the Discord methodology of like descending into our own little kind of like communication hubs as little tribes. You know, it isn't, there's no jump from Web 2 to Web 3. It's the death of Web 2, leaving us adrift in our tiny communities. Which isn't necessarily bad. It's just... Return to forum. Forums got their own problems. But... Okay. And Fern, I'll try not to... I try not to keep everybody awake. I'm not a good friend to have if your goal is to sleep more. I managed to get the good sleep of the drunk last night, which I was very thankful for, because me and sleep have not been friends. But, I am not an example. I am a cautionary tale. Alright, let's get this up on main. And I can show you all this game. And if you've got some questions, then you can ask. Oh, shit! Oh, fun, congrats! Anybody we know, are you allowed to tell us? Is that for as long as you find gold? Oh, way cool. Well, Fern, you know, if you ever need the Longship's help, you've got us. How is the audio levels, friends? Okay. Here's me talking at my regular, normal people voice. Hello there. This is me, making sounds with my people face. How about now? How about now? There we go. And I mean, Angelos, these are the kinds of UI that we could all have if fucking studio heads weren't all cowards. Like, okay, I know this is an aside to an aside. You'll see the preview, I think it's the next Shin Megami Tensei game, and it's insanely gorgeous UI. Like, oh my life. Ah yes, good old unfinished Swan. It is a shame the PC port is not good. I think it was the same team that did the port of Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. It is painful. Or at least last time I tried. So, okay. So, friends, this is the Collage Atlas. This was one person's project for 4.5 years. And the thing to take into consideration is that all the assets you see are all hand-drawn. As in physically drawn on paper. I put a little tweet out about it. And you can see one of the concept collages that the individual behind it did. I don't know what this is going to go for narratively, but so far as I understand, we don't need any content warnings or otherwise. I believe it's been described as a meditative jaunt. But please, 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 if you can, give this a follow, throw it on a wish list. Because of how many just incredible games are coming out at this point, sadly this is one that hasn't managed to find its audience yet. And maybe we can help do that. Maybe we can help push the needle. But when I saw this and how just gorgeous it is, Like, I wanted to make sure that as much as we can, we could help this title. You know? Of course, he says in 4.5 years I may have at least one asset that isn't placeholder. Hey, programmer art's legit. Shit's legit, yo. Lovely. Sorry. Fern, you should be able to post your site in. Because that looks really fucking cool. Because after Goodbye Monster, my interest in web-based nonsense has definitely rekindled. But anyway, let's begin, friends. A delicate vessel. I've got a name. Nah, Fern, you've hung out here enough. You know us. Plus, like I said, I can be that little asset in your back pocket. You'd be like, oh, damn, we really need someone who's just unhinged enough to give us coverage on this title and make an asset. And you'd be like, I know who to call. It's me. But not right now, because I'm doing stuff for like 2/3 different studios as well as this. So, oh yeah, no, legend. Goodbye Monster was strong. Oh, Nightbot, you bad word. And those storms may come. So it was a delicate vessel, and those storms may come. There is a light at the heart of fall. There is light at the heart of a fall. Thank you, Lizzie. But yeah, so friends, if you check out, that's the company that Fern's now working for. The splash page is a text adventure. Like, how fucking cool. And very doubtful guest. I should do you like a little tour around Discord. Oh, that is beautiful.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sorry, I hit B for the... I hit B for the, whatever I thought was like a free look. No. This is gorgeous. And this is the photo mode. Like, you can just feel the care that's already gone into this. And again, I'm not saying this to diss on the lovely gentleman that made this game, but let this also be a cautionary tale that even something this beautiful and something this well made can disappear. Like, I'm just so thankful that the guy behind it did a bunch of TikToks on it. One of his TikToks out of however many he made, that one ended up doing the rounds in the indie space. And that's how I found out about this. But if I'd been relying on the usual resources, I never would have known. You know? I think it would have popped up on Keymailer. And no! Okay, whichever of you anonymous Mother Hubbards has been gifting subs, I'm sorry I said mean things to you for busting out an ussy earlier on today. But thank you for gifting a sub to Fern and to Very Doubtful. That's really fucking kind of you. Actually, so Very Doubtful and Fern, I might have to bug you both about podcast questions. I have to do a fake podcast this week. Well, okay, it's not a fake. I have to make and put one out there, but it doesn't have to be about anything or be good. Gather yourself. So Jamami, I'd need to ask the gentleman who made it, but so far as I can tell, what he did is he drew the assets on paper with pen, and then scanned the assets into the game with photogrammetry, or he drew papercraft elements essentially in the same way you do like textures. Scanned that paper in and then did the wrapping inside the title. But yeah, if you check the... Hang on. Forgive the interruption of gorgeous music. If you have a look at the guy's site, you can see just how much he put into this.
How about calling the fake podcast 3 White Guys and Microphone?
Well, it's already been taken, Favor. I went through so many iterations of bad fake podcast names. We managed to find one which was called The Podcast Not Yet Taken, and that was it. Like, Test Podcast Please Ignore exists, and it's a bit conspiracy theory. And all other permutations of ignore this podcast doesn't exist, they've already been done.
Stop that incessant clicking.
But Favor 6, thank you for the 200, and whoever it was that gifted us up to Dustin, you're being feckin' lovely. At this point, 3 guys and a microphone. Yep. Spooky ghost hunters are at work today. Okay. College Atlas. Preface. A preface. Oh. Okay, so that was what we just... so it was a delicate vessel in a sprawling sky. Though storms may come, there's a light in the heart of the fall. Chapter 1. Gather yourself. Oh! So as we explore, the book comes together. We get to explore the illustrations now. Look at the details. It's so fucking pretty. But then as we progress through, we build the book, which we can then read. However, I don't really see a point to anyone making podcasts anymore. Because the greatest podcast exists, which is the Who Shat on Our Floor at Our Wedding. A true crime documentary trying to find out who pooed on the floor at somebody's wedding. We are falling, all of us, and from such great heights. So let us dance and sing to the clouds all the way down. Ah. So the gameplay element of this is essentially the exploration, right? That there are things, if we explore well enough, that we can find that will add little bits of extra context to areas. Okay, I like this. Fern's getting some Edith Finch energy. Same. Hopefully not too much, because I talk about Edith Finch repeatedly, and every time I'm like, you know what, I should stream that. And then I'm like, I don't want to stream that. Like, I only ever think about how great, like, the intersection of, like, art, control scheme, and games come together. And then I was like, wait a second. It's also emotionally devastating, like, 5 times. Okay, but Dustin, is it giving you Unfinished Swan vibes just because of the color palette? Because Unfinished Swan is essentially, like, cheeky paintball. You know, Dice Goddess, it's emotionally devastating. And it's brilliant. I highly recommend it. Fern, I do remember the Yalg. And was it yourself that was telling me about the multiplayer Yalg D&D title that was... It was getting some coverage and then kind of stalled? God, this is gorgeous. Kind of wish I was high. letters. Was it Badadins? But yeah, no, I'd love more. Okay, if you never played it, so the Yalg is on Steam. It is very cheap. It needs to be played as a group game, either at a party or over Discord or something like that. It is gorgeous, it is weird, and it is special. The pitch of it is brilliant. In 3 weeks, the Yalg is coming. No one knows. It will be brutal, it will be quick. It will be brutal, it will be quick, and no one knows it's coming. What do you do? It could be Worlds of Aria. Forgive the interruption, I want to check, just because I want to make sure. With how intense the game release scenarios are right now. Okay, so Baladins was definitely the one I was thinking of, but let me make sure I've got worlds of Aria. See, I didn't have that one bookmarked because I am a dingus. Number says, does everyone need a copy of the Yalg? Oh, the thing is, I hadn't thought to add it to the longships like Great Hall because it was one like me and Christian YouTubed that back in like 2012. But it is truly gorgeous. But yeah, it's like the Yalg is definitely a fun stream one, and like Baladins and the rest is definitely something that I'll kick into. But What Remains of Edith Finch hits me harder and harder the longer it's been since I played it. Like, there's so much about that when I played through it, I didn't digest just how much of a gut punch it was. Oh, Grand Tick says the Yalg, well, the illustrator was Ian Carroll. It's very pretty, lovely. I feel I should know that name better than I currently do. It's not the same person that did Nimona, is it? Oh, nice. Time travel. Numbers were saying they realised they've been kept for 20 years, and I don't know if I could stream a playthrough of Edith Finch with people. Do you know what I mean? That might be too much for me. Sorry. And the path emerges, which is gorgeous. I'm ignoring that because I want to see if I can find any more of the secret poetry, artistic brilliance, secret poetry. Actually, so Fern, I think it's just the one that would destroy me now is the kid in the bathtub. Like that whole sequence. Knowing what's going to happen, I don't know if I can do it. Because the thing is, everybody talks about the canning factory, and the canning factory is something that I think should be taught in schools. One segment in What Became of Edith Finch is utter brilliance. Because it is a perfect blend of art, story, controls, experience. It is everything that a game does so well, and not a single hair is at a lockstep. You are playing as a depressed individual who's working in a fish canning factory. Every day, the fish come down the chute. You grab the fish, you hold the fish's head in front of the guillotine. Guillotine chops the fish head off, and then you throw the fish into the other side. And that's it. And throughout the course of this segment, your character begins to dream. And the dream becomes almost a hallucination, But what it is in one hand, it's usually by mouse, you are controlling the hand that cuts the fish. And then with the keyboard side, or it's either with one analog stick and the other if you're playing on console, you start exploring the world. Initially like a cute little, almost like top-down ASCII rogue game. But then the daydream emerges into this, this fully realized fantasy world. And I won't spoil the rest of it, but the thing is, you continue to do your job. The monotony and the rhythm of the fish work continues, and it becomes second nature. You experience the monotony of this person's day-to-day life, and then... Grand Take, thank you. E.M. Carroll did Through the Woods. Nimona was N.D. Stevenson, thank you. But yeah, you start to explore this fantasy world whilst also living the monotony, and it is perfect. It is perfect. Yeah, no, Jamomi, it starts at 10. Exactly, Wolfcrad. You could not do that same scene in other media. You could tackle the same idea in a different way, but you couldn't do that. Excuse me. I'm gonna get some more coffee in a second. Maybe some tea. This feels like a tea day. Yeah. I have to say, one, I love the effect on bringing up the book. So we can go back through the chapters and pages here. There may yet be more we can find. And that little transitional effect as you move like in and out of this. Gorgeous. That's the thumbnail right there. That's the thumbnail for the VOD. Yeah, Wolfcrad, and this is why I wanted to say this, is that this is simultaneously a celebration but also a cautionary tale. There's so much care that has been put into this. And again, the intent of the art style is not wasted. Here's the thing. If you are going to go for a non-standard art style, and okay, sorry, I should be more specific. If you're going to go for an art pipeline that starts with physical objects, you need to make sure that one, you're using everything to its fullest, and two, that you're using it for a reason. You've probably noticed I haven't covered Harold Halibut yet, and that is because right now, I don't know if Harold Halibut makes sense. If you haven't seen it, Harold Halibut is a stop-motion physical model game where everything was like scanned and thrown together into this incredible title. But to my understanding, there isn't anything really done with the stop-motion nature of it. Which begs the question, why? And again, art doesn't need to justify itself, right? Harold Halibut doesn't need to justify why it is a plasticine stop-motion video game. But it took them so long to put together. And if ultimately the story wasn't about that, like, there's a lot of risk there, all I can feel is like a Cuphead version of the survivor bias. Whereas in this, all these assets are hand-drawn. All of these were literally like papercraft creations, which is the entire point of this. Edwin says, I'm just delighted Harold Halibut came out after I recorded for the game 4 years ago. Yep. Now, I did meet some individuals that did physical plasticine models and then did photogrammetry scanning to get them into engine, so thus not killing themselves for the art style, but like, you know, I don't think it's unfair to ask your friends and your homies, like, why, you know, this is a gorgeous art style, but what are you doing? Stop motion is incredibly complex, and that's when you don't have a movable camera, right? Because here's the thing, you know, when you're making movies, you're making telly, you control everything the player does. Me, I can just run over this way. Yeah, what am I doing? I live up here now. Yeah, I live up here now. I'm not even going to look at those. I'm just hanging out. So the amount of detail that you need to put in. But so far as I'm saying, Harold Halibut does use a lot of like locked camera stuff, but still. Yeah, and Angelo, that's where I'm trying not to sound like I'm being too judgy on this, right? Because Angelos was saying, as an artist, they get it. If you want to put an aesthetic out there, then that is its own reward. Yeah, the challenge of doing what someone else could not, right? But, you know, balancing the artistic intent with the realities of creation is also important, you know. Sometimes you've got to talk your homies down from doing a Sistine Chapel when they don't have a ceiling. And yes, Quasi, the individual letters do have their own little, like, guitar pitch. It's really fucking cute. And like between segments, there's almost like this ambient, low, soft notes that come together. Yeah. And also, Angelos, like, we're at a point... Angelos was mentioning how for Alice Madness Returned, they wanted it to have a stop-motion quality. And there are ways and means now that you can evoke that kind of feeling without having to physically do it. Yeah. Get broken, negative words. Yeah, justice for Alice. I have to get down a t-shirt. And look, I understand that I'm probably sounding very, very hypocritical right now, because one thing that I have spoken about a lot is how to distinguish your title, right? And the best way to do that is with a striking art style. But you gotta not kill yourself in the process. And again, Cuphead is not a methodology. Cuphead is a fucking warning. Alright? But yeah, I mean, Legend, I think it's EA that had, that did the publishing for the Alice titles, and they don't give a fuck. It is ironic that a company called Electronic Arts has no care for art. You know, that is never lost on me. Indeed, grand take. Scanning real-world assets, animating them, and then using the low frame rate. That cheeky trick that artworks do for fucking Guilty Gear. Like, taking that and applying it to a stop-motion asset could be really interesting. Or just going heavy on the shaders, creating something that looks... Ah, that's cute. The extra little pages are tiny puzzles to solve. Oh, I like that. So if we go into the book... Find little hidden pages. Oh, I love that. And that cute little orange butterfly from earlier was also indicating towards something we could have found. Yeah, Riku, how fucking pretty is this? Oh. Sorry, Fern was just mentioning one of the other games they picked up was Gorogoa. Now, Gorogoa is big art done smart, in my humble opinion. I know Gorogoa did end up taking longer than it was intended, though, so... but you know what I'm saying. Let's go explore the Sun Castle first. Or did it want us to get here first? Alright, Dustin, if you wanted to get fucked up with it, this is Slender the 8 Pages from Slender Man's perspective. I've always been fascinated with the idea that like, what we perceive as horrific from the perspective of those monsters is just, yeah. Ever since the TF2 Pyro trailer. Okay. So we want to take the balloon. We've got to unlock this Mother Hubbard. Alright. Not legend, essentially, but doing Meet the Pyro, but as an actual art piece, I think could be very powerful. So Shitaru, this is the Collage Atlas. This is a gorgeous title, which was, to my understanding, entirely hand-drawn. So all the assets you're seeing here were like pen on paper, and were either paper crafted and then scanned in, or scanned in as texture. Dustin, I was pondering that as well. The acoustic guitar being the comforting and warming sounds as you're moving through, and the abrasive electric guitar as representing the negative is very clever. No, Legends, what was it wasn't a good movie. I think was it Warm Bodies? Told from the perspective at the beginning of the Zambi Kid. Also, like the soft little sounds as we spin the wheels. So yeah, Fern, go get some sleep. If you ever need me, you know you got me. Congratulations on the new setup, and it's good to see you, friend. It's good to see you. Now, unfortunately, it's a horror film and is not for the faint of heart. It does need all content warnings. But is it Elden Log? I think it's Elden Log. There's a horror movie where it is told predominantly from the perspective of one character. The whole thing is a black and white, like, Norse mythology meets, like, fucked up post-event horizon sci-fi horror. And what you come to realize is that, you know, the air quotes virus that has been ravaging everyone has gotten our protagonist as well. He's not immune. But in his mind, he's still him. And so his perspective of the whole thing is completely twisted. Towards the end of the film, you get to see how he actually was, and it's... Again, it's one of those movies I can't recommend. It will not leave you feeling good and happy, but it's inspirational. Ah, beans. I dropped it down well. Ooh. Dustin, you have to bear with me a second. Oh. I try. It says, so rest by night. And I'm like, I try. Let me see if I can find it. I don't want to alt-tab because it interrupts the flow. Oh, it's Eden Log, not Elden Log. Gong. It is very messed up, and it does need all content warnings. But it's like the whole thing's in black and white. It goes places. Some thoughts never rest. Sorry, I saw the little area of stars, and now I know that there are secrets to find. I kind of want to poke at everything. So we know that the orange butterflies indicate things that can be solved. I wonder. There's an idea. Legend, that's an interesting... I see what you mean. Right now we don't quite know all the different ways that we can affect the space. But it's something that... If it was a more action-orientated piece of media, that singular butterfly standing out would definitely be a cause for trepidation. Like that same kind of like follow the obvious feels like something that would be used for nefarious means. It's also interesting that with these moving pieces, it's just our presence that is the affection. It affects it. It's not control schemes or otherwise. I think that's interesting. I don't know, but I'm still digesting this. I mean, you're seeing this game the same time I am, but I wonder if that... Interesting. I wonder if that's trying to say something. The idea that it's just the act of us being here that affects this world, you know, a story being written, a poem being told. Because more so than just a gorgeous walking sim, there's definitely more of these elements to it. And now I'm curious as to what they're saying. I don't know. Once you get your user into the mindset of looking at it not as a puzzle but as a poem, or vice versa, how they interpret the world. Because a puzzle has us focus on specific things to progress. You know, a walking sim, a poem has us merely being there. By alternating between the two, it kind of keeps your brain, I'm going to say switched on, that feels very reductive, but you know what I mean. Feels like in this section that we are just... Ha! Oh. I missed it! Here we go. Oh, beans. Well, last time that worked. No, I mean, Fearless, if that's the case, then this game is doing its job. Because it's definitely seeking to evoke that feeling. I guess the thing I'm trying to say, and maybe failing at, is that this is more than just a walking sim. And the manner in which we have to regard this world makes me pay more attention to it. Hey, Wolfcrad, and this is a feckin' great place to start. Like, what a jumping off point for a snooze. Because what was the Flowers game we played that was supposed to be meditative but was actually fucking terrifying? Because I think about that one a lot. Because it's not bad that it was that way, right? Like, it's entirely fine. You know, how you interpret something as... what do I want to say? As expressive as this. Yeah, the one with the talking trees, Jamami, that one was fucked up. And it was entirely up to us how we chose to perceive it, and for me it came across as a horror game. Even clocks a way to sleep. I'm glad we played this after I actually got a good night's sleep. I'm feeling pretty good. If I'd played this yesterday, I just would have been like just having a little honk shoe. Yeah, nap stream. I recall a dream. Though time was heavy. Is this where we just came from? I think so. Ah, yes. Yeah, Dustin. It's in the Great Hall, which I think this might also find its way into there as well. But what was interesting about that is that the abstraction of it and the strangeness didn't come across as comforting. It came across as threatening. You know, the pace and movement was so out of control as to feel scary. You know, the haunting voices, the discombobulation, like the binaural audio used almost as a threat. You know, I feel like with this, you're seeing, from whatever you are seeing from whatever perspective, it's a positive one. At least it feels positive. Does that make sense? You know, if this is a tale about, you know, love, life, and loss, it's not a dark one. Oh, Sunlight. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, that game was fucked up. And that was supposed to be just a quick little happy jaunt. It wasn't supposed to be bad times. It's hard to maintain a conversation flow and not just be completely absorbed by this, you know? God, I'm gonna pop the kettle on in a bit. Still got some of my my orange tea. Again, friends, I hope. God, I hope we can move the needle on this one. Just the fact that there's more to see and explore than just the immediate. Like, I find myself, every time it's dropping us in a place now, my first instinct is to look around. What else can I see? What else can I find? Because, like, I'm very dyslexic. And for a long time, poetry was just lost on me, right? I'm already putting in the fucking effort to try and understand what the words are. Their construction and use. Like, that's not simple. My dyslexic ass could work overtime for poetry. But in this, what we are feeling and how we are feeling it, that kind of, like, interpretive philosophy is, I don't know. I guess because my games literacy is so high that I understand this world. Does that make a weird sense? But because there's an actual exploration element to it, there's game and puzzle to our poem. It has me really looking. and because I'm looking and paying attention, right? You know, we've talked about this in the past about how like puzzle games, you know, things like the Watcher, but also things like, you know, the Talos Principle, how they use puzzles to get us to focus on not just gameplay ideas but artistic ideas, right? Concepts as well as mechanics. And it doesn't require too much to get people to engage in that mindset, you know what I mean? There's no inventory, there's no missed like ARG level nonsense. But the world is, and it reacts to us. This isn't merely a retelling of somebody's, you know, feckin' cheese dreams. This place lives. And it fully understands that it lives with us, not in spite of us. I think that's where some of the more predominant walking sims have fallen down in the past. Because they exist with the assumption that we are there, right? Sorry, I need a better way to phrase it. There are some walking sims that don't take into consideration the fact that you are, you know, you are a person with agency in the space, and that you may choose to just stop. Feckin' cheese dreams, I know. Ever since I discovered night cheese. Night cheese, for when it's night and you want cheese. Night cheese. It needs no other justification. Like, I've talked about it a few times, but one of the worst video games I've ever played is a game called 0 Degrees North, 0 Degrees West. And the reason why it is one of the worst games of all time is because it absolutely does not give a shit about you. In fact, it uses arty language to excuse the fact that it is just a collection of shaders and poorly put together Unity assets. And if you don't get it, then that's your problem. If you don't understand that it's a meditative game, well then that's on you. The arrogance of its creator is permeated everything. It's like all the worst character traits of, what's his fucking name, David Cage, distilled down into an art house itch.io piece that has no regard for anyone. You know. Because it can be very easy to attempt to give... There we go. It can be very easy to attempt to give reason towards these more poetic titles, right? No, the pretentious thing I'm describing is called 0 Degrees North, 0 Degrees West. The individual in question had the arrogance to put it in for an award, and it's one of only a handful of games that I am annoyed that I was made to play it. Because, like, look, hostile game design is fine. You can say very, very interesting things with a game that actively dislikes its player. That's fine, but this was different. This was complete contempt. And at the end of that contempt was, oh, well, if you don't get it, you're not as clever as I am. If you don't understand it, then, well... Yeah. Actually, Legend, I don't think I even uploaded that VOD. Because, like, you know me, I'm not in the habit of trashing games. And I believe that individual went on to make... Where are these pages going? Oh, they're hanging out with me. Okay. I believe that individual went on to make some other titles that weren't bad. Like, they sure were video games. Boy, that's what I call video games. But... Look, Angelos, I would take the Bunny Girl Booby Shooter over what I had to play. Because look, at least that takes some semblance of an audience into its consideration, right? You know, that person wanted to make a... Oh, yeah, no, so it's a pretentious ass name as well. It's 0, the number, and then the degree sign, and then N. You know, I don't want to... I was about to say, I'll pull it up for you. No. You guys not getting any free advertising from me. Sorry, it's making me really happy that basically the crux of this game is like a poet's version of the Korok puzzles from the newer Zelda titles. Like, what I seem to be doing is interacting with this dream logic, and as I do, the world reacts and goes, hey, you did good. Here's the thing. Like, whatever this stairway to nothing is, it doesn't feel frightening. It feels warm. But anyway, I like I said, I was only referencing that to mention that, like, this is definitely not that. I mean, Shatara, if that doesn't tell you about the arrogance of that title, I don't know what will. But anyway, it's just more my point that one of the reasons why I love video games is one of the most interesting questions when you start making a game, which is, who is this for? Who is the player? Alright? Now, in this, we are ourselves. Oh, we might not be. But right now, we are... We are an active reader. We are actively experiencing a hand-drawn book of poems, essentially, right? All of the gameplay, mechanics, and puzzles are all being used in service to make us pay attention to the parts of it that it's trying to speak the loudest, increasing the font on a certain word, the manner in which punctuation might be used. Ah, here we go! Whee! And I love that. Whee! I know. Not everything that, you make in video games has to be high art. And, like, I'm never going to tell people they shouldn't... Well, there might be some cases. But if you want to make a bunny girl booby shooter, go for it. Let it be the best pair of knockers that could be put to video game tech. Let it be something that... Let it be something that thought about who wants to play a booby shooter? And what do they want from this? And make something that... Make something that you can be happy with after. I mean, Hades feels like that. And like, if you want to be classy, look at Hades, right? The reason that I have such a grudge against 0 Degrees is because it almost resents you being there. And for no other reason than the creator's arrogance. So yeah. Yeah, well, and again, so Angelo's, having played it, all of the visual filters on each level are randomly generated, so they'll randomly mash together. The environments aren't actually designed to move through. There's just a vague sense of a timer, so you can move or not. Like, your involvement in the world is irrelevant. There's no story, there's the occasional unlocking of doors, but the doors have no purpose. They take you to another area, but that area is just, it is completely random, it is completely scrambled. There's no connective tissue, you know? It is very much like a my first I found stuff in fucking Unity title, but without any of the, I don't know, the humility of my first project. It's not hello world, it's fuck you world. Look at how great I am. So yeah. I'm sorry, friends. I'm trying to focus on the positives, you know? This fucking beautiful game, for example. I think the other thing about video games that I love discussing is how, yes, it is when all the different systems are in harmony is when you will make the best kind of game, right? You know, when mechanics and art style and the writing and the control scheme and everything all work in perfect lockstep, that's when you get truly brilliant games. That's when you get your transistors and your I could say Last of Us 1, I think, is a fair one. As part 1 was very, very good. But there's also something to be said that for the allowing of juxtaposition, right? Like, you can do the best that you can do the best in your field in any project. And one of my favorites is a really budget title called, I think it's Onichambara, and it is the Bikini Samurai Squad. And in Bikini Samurai Squad, you are a squad of fetish-coded, femme-presenting folk killing zombies with katanas. It's not high art, but what I found fascinating about it is that mechanically it has a surprising depth and complexity of combat. Like, they actually sat down and thought, like, how can we make an interesting and engaging title? Like, yes, the core artistic conceit of this game is that you are a bikini cowboy zombie killer with a katana. But the gore methodology, the gore mechanics of it was basically, as you progress through the title, your weapon becomes slick with the gore from all the zombies you've slashed through, so you have to clean it off, almost like a reload system, but it then creates this wonderful kinetic momentum that keeps it from being just another Dynasty Warriors, was it like XXY, XXY, AY, XXY. There's actually some fluidity to it, and once you get it down, it feels great. You know, I know a lot of friends would point to the later entries into the Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball series, and how they were probably one of the more predominant influences on the Yakuza series for, hey, minigames are fun. Like, you can create something genuinely wonderful inside a title that's ultimately, you know, just trying to make a buck via the medium of memory glands, right? I don't know. We've been talking a lot about boobies today. Feels an odd conversation topic while we saunter through this beautiful hand-drawn environment. And honestly, please don't let my critique of that other title ever discourage you from making something. It's just, when you start making a game, just think about who is the player. Like, are we playing the memories of somebody being put from ink to paper? Are we experiencing the dreams of another? Like, where does this sit? And we'll find out, like, as this game progresses. But, like, if you start from that perspective of who is the player, then you're already off to a good start. And it's okay to make a series of, like, environments. It's okay to make something that's just a white box for fun. Fuck off, Fred. Sorry. Fred says, read my comment, you can. Fred says, Will forgets he talks about boobies a lot. Likely because he forgets things. He needs more random access memories. Ha! It's my porn parody game, read-only memories. Sorry. So, like with a lot of these little tiny, I shouldn't say tiny, they're huge, but these paintings within the title, once we've gone through more of them, I think we'll be able to get more of an understanding. But if we bring up the book here, like, this really helps us with interpretation. Yeah, no, Angelos, they fucking did. It's called Nier Automata. Sorry, Angelos was saying we just need to make an artsy game with titties and then we've got him. They did! Fucking tricked me! Nah. I just put sexy characters in my game because I wanted to. Alright. You know, I played Nier. I played Drakengard. I'll let you have this. Yeah, Nara's right. Lots of high art. It's got boobies. So weird. I played this game about, hand-drawn ink poetry on stream today, and I spent the whole time talking about tits. What's up with that? Haven't we explored now? I think I'm going to go back to the forest area here because I picked up this lantern and it's just been kind of hanging out, and I think it's supposed to be part of like this. Here we go. There we go. I was supposed to use it over here for the last piece. I've just been carrying it around. Oh yeah, so one of the other things that I was talking about earlier today on the, like, not feeding into the drama sphere was basically fucking... we got to watch a team have a little meltdown for an afternoon yesterday, which they apologized for, and basically this cozy farming game put out a social media post saying, hey, how much is the right amount of tit jiggling in our farming game? Everyone was like, I'm sorry, fucking what? And they put out 3 different, like, walk cycles with varying levels of boob jiggle because they wanted community feedback. That went about as well as you can expect, and they did apologize later on. But it was so weird and surreal. Now, why is that something that goes poorly when other titles, can have, like, champion wobbly boob legends? Well, it's because it is a cozy farming game. The focus of it predominantly is on what you create, and if you're making a character, you're making yourself, or you're creating essentially I'm going to say surrogate, but a character to represent that space. the mana... yeah, Dustin, an Avatar of Swords. The primary market for a lot of those cozy farming games is femme-presenting folks. And here's the thing. If you're going to be sprinting around the farm, you're going to want a fucking decent sports bra or something. Like... It was just... What put... Oh... very doubtful. It is always lovely to see you and have a wonderful rest of your day, alright? But the reason why it didn't sit well is because it was, once again, it was a team not thinking about who's playing this game, right? Like, who's your audience? And... just following the sparkly stars? Did I get myself lost? Ah, almost. Oh yeah, so Dustin, it's like, it's one of those things that from a marketing standpoint, it shouldn't even have been a post or a question, right? No, and I completely understand. So the art piece that we've been putting together, we're now essentially walking back through it into the previous area. I don't know if you noticed, but it's using the vocalization to show us where to go. Is not yet lost. Let's mix it up. Let's go this way next. Anyway, I don't have anything else to note on the weird farming sim nonsense. We already talked about it with the sexy matrix, or the matrix of sexiness, of which it didn't fit. Oh, sorry, and if you weren't there for my previous discussion, basically we worked out a way to basically quantify when it feels out of place and gross to have sexy characters and when not. And it's like a grid axis, and you have sexiness of the world, or that is to say, like, by which I mean the game world and its environment and how much it supports. So, Push out. Was that a fishing minigame? Am I starfishing right now? Don't answer that. I think I'm fishing. I wish I'd never said the word starfishing out loud. But the sexy matrix is basically character agency and how much the world supports the sexiness. And the less the world supports the sexiness, and the less the world supports the sexiness, and the least amount of agency the character have, like, that block is where it starts to feel weird and gross. This is going to end up being my Froggy, isn't it? Rest of the afternoon is me trying to catch a shaman fish and losing my shit. But also, Unholy Glee, you're right. It's a great realization moment. And have you noticed how much of this just makes sense? Now, it could be I've got just very high games literacy, and that's entirely possible, but we haven't had to do like a fishing minigame tutorial or anything like that. Like, it's taking us through this very well. I also appreciate that the title's confident enough to let us understand it. Do you know what I mean? There's large swaths of this game that I feel like in other titles, more from like the walking sim kind of vein, they'd feel the need to basically bang us over the head and be like, you should feel sad now! This was about the time my pet goldfish died. Coda is Davy. Sorry. But you know what I'm saying. So far, like, between the way in which everything unfurls and the fact that for context we need to look into this little like book of poems and illustrations, like we won't have the full picture until we've deciphered the full book. The game trusts us enough to be able to do that. Because trusting your users is a scary thing. There you go, Jemami. If you make a squillion dollars, just hook us up, all right? Sorry, Jemami was like, I'm gonna make a game where Coda kills my pet goldfish and tell you to feel sad about it. Shit. Sponsor me to feel sad about it. Sorry, I'm being an arse. Ooh. Okay. Got some flying controls. Now, you know one thing that we'll have to play when the PC port drops is Shadows of the Damned. Because that is such a fascinating little, you know, it's like 50% juvenile nonsense, 50% like actual thought out genius. The combat sections between bosses can be very difficult. But holy crud, Shadows of the Damned feels like it is the most 2010s juvenile pile of nonsense, and then by the time you get like halfway through it, you're like, you're making me feel things. You used dumb jokes to trick me into feeling. Like the fact that the main character's name is Jose fucking Hotspur. The fucking is actually part of his legal given name. His sidekick is a skull that turns into a talking gun called Johnson. And Johnson's super attack is he triples in size and screams, "Taste my big boner." And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, alright. Oh no, Shitaru. Users are the worst. On the subject of like industry conversations that crack me up, the what do they call it? The yellow paint virus or what have you. Games that denote where you can and can't climb with yellow paint, and I'm like, oh honey, you're mad? We put this in because you're all stupid. I don't know where to climb. Just follow the yellow paint. I still think about how Bulletstorm tried to make explosive barrels yellow instead of red. Users just didn't get it. Oh yeah, I mean Ludo, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier about like don't give the cretins oxygen. But it was funny because I can understand that people with high games literacy can feel patronized. But they don't know how dumb they are sometimes. Like, if you've ever done user testing or external user testing, everybody has a forehead moment. Oh, how do I get the title to run? Push start title. Oh yeah, of course. And like, that's not dissing on users. We're all tired, we're all working jobs, we're fucking struggling. And sometimes it's okay for the game to be like, hey, just climb this yellow bit. Don't worry about it. It's so funny. Like I said, it was something that really made me laugh. Yeah, because, I mean, it was a nothing burger with fries that only came from... Oh, okay, so it says we've completed the dream area. That explains the bits. In dreams lie pasts and futures. I think I missed a fair few pages in there. Okay, so if we wanted to go back and explore more, we could. Aha! I am so smart. I am so smart. Where is the bed? I've got myself lost. I might have just broomsticked my last bed knob there. There we go. My friend, when was the last time in like a walking sim you turned around and went, nah, I need more poetry? Yeah. Well, so Ghosty, that's entirely true. And going back to what we talked about earlier about accessibility, you know, like good tutorialization, good teach by play, and sometimes just good visual clues as to where to go and what to do can help people that don't play games habitually really get to experience them, and that's great. But also, I'm not suggesting that you should go and watch a, air quotes, mainstream streamer, or someone who predominantly plays more mainstream titles, you know. However, it is fascinating, and I know all the game devs here have done it. Watching people play your title and watching them miss the most obvious things. Because it's either a combination of like just arrogance does often play a big part in it, or just this expectation that the title is going to tell them. But I have seen grown-ass men that play video games frequently fail at the most basic of hurdles. You know, the yellow paint is as much for them as it is for anyone else. And Nexus, this is gorgeous. Oh, so Eagle Lives, it's not to call out people that stream. I make dumb mistakes all the time. But it is fascinating that you can watch somebody essentially in a natural environment. Also, wee. Like, streaming is a learned skill, and it does involve a lot of mental capacity. I'm lucky that I got the chance to learn it from like Fred and Emily and Peach back in 1,000 years ago. But there's certain kinds of games that I just can't stream because I can't do it and chat with you lot at the same time, which I've talked about many times. Alright. I'm going to progress story-wise, but knowing there's more to find has definitely got me intrigued, you know what I mean? Yeah. Also, actually, so Ghosty, Minecraft is massively unintuitive. The moon! Sup, moon? So, friends, we're starting to get to the 3-hour mark, so I'm going to pop the kettle on in just a second. Oh, unless we are expected to be. Oh no, it's because we're deconstructing the chain. Moon no thick. Look, we have it on very good authority. Moon is thick. Just beautiful. So friends, I'm going to go pop the kettle on. I might make myself a quick sarnie if I can. I recommend you all do the same. Stretch your legs, get some water, pay attention to your pets. We're back in like 2 or 3 minutes. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Again, I think it should still be pinned. But if possible, please, 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 wish this game, tell people about it. Because like, this was a game that sadly got completely overlooked. And I don't know. Now, on the one hand, I do rave about how, you know, individuals making games need to consider that good games don't sell themselves, but in the same breath, I chronically feel empathy for any title, you know? Another Crab's Treasure done 100k units, which is fucking great. I want my friends' games to do well. I want strangers' games to do well. And Lizzie, thank you for doing that. So yeah, I'm gonna make that sarnie. I'm gonna pop the kettle on, and I'll be back with all of your lovely selves in just a second. Okay, thank you all for waiting. I've made exactly the wrong kind of sandwich to eat on stream, so I'm gonna get like 1,700 napkins and just beg your forgiveness. Can't even digest this. Guinea pig's squealing at me. So basically, Fiona made like a... I don't know a better way to describe it than... What if you made like a curried chicken? But I'm not making sex noises, you terrors. But like the base, instead of curry, you started with like a spicy mustard, and it's incredible. But I mean, look at this mess. Sorry, this is what I bring to the table. Look at this mess. It is swimming. But anyway, so jumping back. Oh, did we get a raid in? Oh, Restless Roots. Thank you for raiding. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. Hello. So Ghosty, yeah, movement and menus can definitely be some of the trickiest things for people that don't play video games to tackle, because they're not intuitive. Like, moving through worlds can definitely hit right, but getting to that point can be the challenge. Friends, this will not be elegant. I'm so sorry. So one of the things I think is interesting with the current generations coming up is that they're introduced to touch controls very early. So predominantly the concept of a UI is quite simple to them. Icon means open, you know, button means thing. They're not really exposed to a physical controller until much later, but the translation is the UI now. Does that make a weird sense? Oh God, I'm sorry. As I said, this was exactly the wrong kind of sandwich for on stream, but it's so good. But I kind of wanted to mirror what Angelos and Nexus were saying, because there are quite a few spheres of gaming that are still, air quotes, hardcore. And I think what defines those is that they are built predominantly on the gaming literacy of what came before, right? Angelos was saying that their dad would probably enjoy a lot of shooty gun bang, but with shooty gun bang there is an expectation. I mean, Wasard is a great way of controlling a game, but it is not intuitive. Fearless, I had seen that sadly the trenches had stopped updating for a while. I also realised I hadn't seen Scott Kurtz at many PAXs, so I hope he's doing okay. And Caffeine, Watto and welcome, coming in. We're just having sandwich and conversation time before we continue with this just gorgeous game. I made this sandwich last night, drunk as a skunk, and it is even better sober. But what's interesting moving forward is that younglings have been exposed to UIs now from pretty much the get-go, right? You know, it's not just about the touch controls. And touch controls are a vehicle. The actual interaction with the system is something that they experience from day one. It's not a new thing that they have to pick up. So while their games literacy may be low, UI literacy is very, very high. And that's something that I find very, very interesting. Because we didn't have that. Like, if you're my age or older, you were there kind of as it was growing. We didn't even have, like, standardized concepts for UI. We were talking the other day about XCOM. I love XCOM Apocalypse. I love XCOM Below the Deep. I tried to go back and play those, and I might as well have been trying to learn fucking Spanish. Angelo, that's a very good point. Like, UX wasn't even an accepted job role until recently. And the thing is, gamification of systems has basically meant tech companies are learning from video games how best to lay out their UI. So that's where kind of like I feel like the translation has come through. You know, I was saying earlier about how Minecraft is very, very unintuitive because it does not behave like any other game, right? Control scheme, whack. UI, weird. But it has been introduced at such a young age that it kind of comes an anomaly. And honestly, the reason why I can type and Wasard well, the Wasard comes from, and I love calling it that. It annoys just the right kind of people. It comes from, I got given a copy of Quake, and the person who gave it to me locked the configuration files behind a password and made me play it with mouse and keyboard. Because I was already conditioned to play it Doom style with arrow keys and control, right? As for the touch typing and things like that, I grew up in an era in the UK when they were trying to cure dyslexia, and they tried loads of different stuff. But dyslexic kids still counted as disabled, so schools could get extra grants from the government dependent on how many disabled kids they had. So I was very much a statistic. But it meant that I did like Mavis Beacon and shit like that way earlier than most. Oh yeah, and so actually Naru, I have a few friends who have like hand and tendon issues that do that do like ZXC and space, where, what was it? I think space is backwards to avoid hand strain. Oh, that was glorious, friends. That was glorious, and I'm wearing so much of the sandwich. But I have my tea, we have a beautiful game and wonderful company, so let's continue. I do love talking about this because, like, it's so wild to me that games became what they became, right? Like, throughout lockdown, we've definitely seen the acceptance and commodification of a lot of what was once seen as nerdy hobbies, right? Lots of subsets of culture have now grown in popularity, and most of the stigma is gone, right? You know? Now, obviously this means there will be a culture shift at some point where, due to their success, the nerdery will be seen as the thing to counter culture. But, you know, that's... I see that in a similar vein to, like, the air quotes 80s action film. A once main staple turned scorned. Let's check out the balloon. That was a Roald Dahl bit, wasn't it, Legend? Leaving bits of food in your beard so you can have a little snack later. How's the twits? And it was gross then too. Oh. Curious as to what this little flow bit is. Ooh. See, again, sorry to go back to what I was talking about prior, but these... Now it's got me paying attention to all the little details of the world and finding these little snippets. Like, they're not that complicated, but it feels great. But yeah, no, so jumping back. Now that games have become part of just culture in general, I do find it all very, very fascinating how all these things interconnect. And that because technology is now part of everyone's everything, sorry, friends, bear with me just a second. Sorry about that, friends. You don't want the details, but River got into something that River was absolutely not supposed to. So somewhere between me making a sandwich and sitting down. Okay. So the chances that River's now going to be sick as a dog.
She's not going to be sick. She'll be fine.
Sorry about that. All I was just trying to scratch at is that now that we have like a standardized concept of UI, UX, things like that, that kids can now take technological literacy forward, which wasn't something that we had. Like, I don't know how many of you had computers in your school, but like, we had BBC Micros, which were basically not DOS. And then, because I was quite a rural part of the UK growing up, so we didn't have just like primary school and high school. We had primary, secondary, and then like high school. And in like middle school-ish, we had these things that were like, I think they were Acorn computers, which I've never seen them outside of the British schooling system. And it still boggles my mind, like how much of my youth was spent just learning and relearning new systems that made no fucking sense, you know. And but that's just because that's as technology was growing up, right? You know, we now have, and it's not even through like accreditation or through like any active intent. We have a standardization just because we learn how to do it the best good way, like, right? So it does mean that like children can start with a much higher like tech literacy than we ever could. Nara used a Commodore, an Apple II, and an IBM growing up. Oh yeah, and Legend, I forget what it was, but there was that one character on the keyboard that always counted as a success in the Mavis Beacon games, so I was so impressed with my typing skills. Sorry. Apologies if I've spoken to you about this already, but I've been thinking about this quite a fair wedge the last couple of weeks, because someone pointed out to me that Big Anchor. I still have much to say. Me too, video game. Me too. Sorry, my friend's point was that Cruelty Squad couldn't have existed like 10, 15 years ago. And I was like, well, what do you mean by that? And they were like, so Cruelty Squad is actively trying to induce like Cruelty Squad wants to feel like an anxiety attack, right? Like that's its whole deal. And it does that by doing everything counterintuitively. Every part of that game is counter to what we would do as standard practice. And it does it very, very well. And I was thinking about this and I was like, you know what? That kind of makes sense because, like, I'd say probably... Hello, friend. I found a letter. I'd say up until... I don't want to put it to the PS2, but PS2 into 360 era, and PS3 if you wish, but that gap between those two generations, like, I definitely remember the PS2 going out of its way to standardize how we saw our control schemes in video games. Like, I'm sure it existed first, but that's the first time I remember it becoming prominent. And then as we moved further and further into the 360 era, the idea of, like, standard practices in control schemes and standard practices in UIs became more predominant. Oh. Haha. Yeah. Sorry. But as especially the AAA space started to kind of crib from each other's sheets and adopt a standardized way of representing games. It was only once we hit that point could we start having things that were counter. Because I remember the Dreamcast and PS1 era, like, everyone had a different way of doing everything. And some of those ways were so janky. One of the YouTube series I've been watching a lot while I'm working or while I'm getting stuff done in the evenings, I think it's called, like, Dungeon Chill Dungeon. And it predominantly looks into, like, rare PS2 up to Dreamcast era games. So a lot of FromSoft's early works and a lot of the things that Capcom forgot. And one of them was a game that I played 1,000 years ago called Blue Stinger. Now, Blue Stinger is not good. It is the epitome of a launch title from yesteryear. And nothing about it makes a lick of sense. More than anything else, it's insane UI system and frankly bizarre, like, pacing and unlocks. Ooh, pretty. Sorry, I'm just getting some grabs there. And the thing that just blew me away from rewatching that was just how alien it was in its construction. Like, Blue Stinger, you can't even call it hostile. Because it's not actively trying to hurt you, but one of those kind of in the same breath. Sorry, there's another piece of a pile of letters I have not found. Okay, there's more over this way. So it's not actively trying to hurt you. They just did the quickest thing they could think of and bashed it all together. And the thing is, like, you can emulate that style, but you can't create a counterpoint to it, right? God, I'm so sorry, friends. I'm laboring this point painfully. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you can't have a counter movement if the movement hasn't solidified, right? You know, you can't create something that subverts the norm until you have a norm. Also, I didn't realise that whoever we are in this space, we're represented by, like, a little shadow creature of butterflies, and that's pretty fucking cute. Okay, so this time it's 3 letter locks. So yeah, I've been thinking about Cruelty Squad, and I've been thinking about how it does so much to make you feel anxious and uncomfortable by taking everything that should make sense and be familiar in games and hurt you with it. And that was what I wanted to touch on that one because, like, as I was saying earlier, like, hostile design is a valid choice. But it's not something that can just be thrown around willy-nilly. And I'm not saying any of that hostile design element plays to this. In fact, this is doing such a good job of making me feel like I get this world now. Like, if we stop and think about it, the complexity of these puzzles is pretty simple, right? This is like a soft kid version of the Kokorot, or how you pronounce it, from Zelda. But because it's in keeping with so much of this game, really does make me feel like I get it, you know? There's nothing better than when a game makes you feel seen, in the good way. And yeah, Legend, it has to be a choice. You know, you have to know how to do it right to subvert it.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I'm back from the thing I was doing, but
Okay.
I missed a lot of game.
Alright.
Please explain what I missed in 3 words.
What you missed in 3 words? Book go new. Book go new. Verdenflow, hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the 14 months. No, it is not talking about boobs! That was only a small proportion of today. But no, so Verdenflow, we've been on this for, what, 2.5 hours now? And it's just gorgeous. If I haven't already told you about this title, the things to know about it is that it is entirely hand-drawn. It was predominantly the work of one individual, and it is gorgeous. It was has so far been tragically overlooked. So I'm hoping that we can help move the needle just a little bit. It is a poetic, like, explory puzzle game with this dreamlike quality to it that's thoroughly fascinating. Okay. There's a lot more game here than I was initially expecting. In a good way, obviously. Can't wait to see him bounce the jar out of the way again. Fucking called it. Fucking paper aeroplanes. Oh, okay. Well then, once again, book go new. I can't quite make it. Alright, coming back for you. Aha! I am so smart. I am so smart. Solving lots of puzzles. I've got bloody Tim Minchin stuck in my head now. I love boobs though. I just really love them. I don't really mind if they are behind, below or above them. I feel I'm ruining the mood with that. I don't know. The reason I guess I've been waffling so much of this is it has been fascinating to see the discussion and understanding of nerdery, and especially as it pertains to its adaptation in other spaces, right? Like, someone was asking, like, how come we're only now just getting, like, good shows like Fallout and The Last of Us and things like that? And it's because, you know, the people who grew up with it, you know, which is a large proportion of individuals here in the Longship, like, we're finally at a point, or those people, I should say, are finally at a point, like, professionally and in their careers, where they can make decisions, where they can affect change, right? Like, we have generation upon generation of people that have grown up with video games as everything. And that's fucking great, and now that's being carried forward. You know, what makes me really excited for the future is what we're going to see as that generation beneath, as they come on up. Like, what are they going to be doing? Because they'll have had it even more so than us, right? I remember back in the day when it would be a huge deal if a TV, a movie, or a commercial even referenced a video game or someone playing them, right? There was an article about is it True Blood? Where one of the vampires is playing Wii Golf because they can't go out in the sun. There was an article about that. The thing I saw from earlier today, which I think we were talking about in Discord, is J-Lo is going to be in a movie involving mechs. It seems to be, at least from a mechanical design perspective, like one part Titanfall, one part Exo Squad. But fucking J-Lo's going to be in it as a mech pilot. That is a movie that is coming out on Netflix, and maybe it'll be good, maybe it'll be bad, maybe it'll be great, maybe it'll be terrible. Verdanflow, why would you hurt me like that? Did I offend you with my description earlier? Sorry, Verdanflow says, I guess to injure us all, the next generation is going to be making games about shows that were games before they were originally Tom Clancy novels. We're going to have a lot of talks with a lot of talks about media literacy and chaos in the future. You'll be fine, don't worry about it. Angelos, yeah. VR for vampires is probably what's keeping that entire industry afloat. I'm still haunted by the basement in Lunacid. It's just nothing but like a looping recording of a sunrise at a beach. It haunts me. I will say, it does feel like, at least in this kind of male awake section, that our movement seems to correspond more to what the thing is saying poetically. Ah, beans. Back from talking art to keep watching art. Fuck yeah. With an occasional stop. Occasional hop, skip, and a jump. Nani? Oh god. Whoa! It's so chill. Or is it? Oh yeah, break room donuts. I just devoured and smeared a sandwich across my face. It was not elegant, it was not honourable, and it was fucking delicious. But I'm just, the other thing I'm really curious to see is what, like, we're going to see in terms of, like, counterculture within games. Hey, I'm all in. I know what I'm about. Because I was talking a lot with friendos last night about the Haunted PS1 collection and how, for all intents and purposes, sorry, I think I saw a jar of poetry to go pick up. For all intents and purposes, the Haunted PS1 collection is very much like a counterculture piece. It is a subversion of expectation. Oh, we already got this one. Beans. Because, like, it is directly pulling from yesteryear. It is doing some fascinating things, but also it is not a for-profit operation. And I don't know, when I first encountered the Haunted PS1 collection, I wouldn't say that I missed the point of it, but I couldn't help but look at it and go, oh, well, surely if you all did this as something separate, this could be something you could, you could charge money for on Steam, something you could make into things. And some of them have become projects, but it's that at its core, the Haunted PS1 collection and some groups like it are about making something with the style and difficulty of yesteryear for the challenge of it, not to make a buck. And it's a good reminder that no matter how thoughts come so quickly, yet decisions refuse to keep pace. Hello, I'm in this image and I'd like to be untagged. Thank you. But it's a good reminder that none of us are immune to biases and that it is entirely possible to become, I'm going to say, trapped by them. But I've spent so long obsessing over how to make games succeed, how to help friends' games make enough money that they can continue, that they can make video games and eat and do more of the art they want to do, that sometimes I miss the point of them. What's over there? That is to say, maybe not miss the point of the games, but sometimes I can become too focused on, can this be a commercial success, and not focused enough on what do we want to do.
Go lay down. Go lay down.
Yeah.
No. Venus? No.
But no, it's a weakness of mine. I will not apologize for being a fan of bizdevery and all its wild and weird nonsense, but sometimes I miss that it doesn't always have to make business sense. Some days it's okay for it just to make artistic sense. I think maybe that's the thing with Harold Halibut that I should just come to accept. I don't know. Okay, Shitaru, go get some good sleep. This should make for some mostly excellent VOD fodder. But in the same breath, if you make a cool game, you have to tell people about it. No, and Angelos, you're entirely correct. Making something that is striking and vivid can be very good business sense, because you can essentially, as Angelos is saying, you create something that becomes a cult classic, something that stands out. The YouTubian space has done something really fascinating, which is create basically a group of, I don't even call them amateur researchers, people for whomst discovering games and conveying them to others becomes this part of legend. I'm not saying that every weird game you make can end up being like Mother 3 or stuff like that, but there is now a group of people for whomst their living is finding games that are unknown, finding things that have been lost or forgotten. That's very powerful. And if you create something that makes it into those spaces... I mean, I've been obsessed with Baroque since I found out it existed. And knowing that it was originally a Saturn game, a Saturn first-person real-time RPG, roguelike, with bizarre, overarching dark Catholic themes and just frankly unhinged storytelling. And the thing is, I wouldn't have known about that title had it not been for this industry of folks that have popped up, that seek the unknown and the strange. I don't even know what to call them. Documentarian feels too ubiquitous. Oh, things could be better, honestly, but then things are forever changing. Some good may yet follow. And we're in the positive area. It is interesting that the two predominant areas we've kind of, I wouldn't say split into, but have branched off into are, an area of little ink sketches and dreams and this kind of poetry garden of sorts. I think the challenge that my little brain always struggles with, Angelos, is how do we help people make the weird little fucked up game and also allow them to eat and have medical care? There are quite a few friends that we have that make weird and interesting and strange games, but a lot of them, due to the very quirks that make them fascinating and brilliant, sadly won't be hitting a mainstream budget. So, aside from working two jobs, which is a lot, and especially right now is much easier said than done, how can we do that? And that's where I get a little, let's be honest, obsessed. A friend has said several times that they want to create something akin to a more like a co-op than a traditional game dev environment, a place that would allow people to, work a day job whilst making their, work. Well, you know what I mean. The idea of someone who is still making these strange, weird, independent creations they wish to, but is doing it as part of a salaried job. Well, so Legend, we're kind of actually back at like a golden age of patronage. You know, I'm sorry to say the obvious part out loud, but Patreon, you know, an individual of the arts can be supported. And that's an entirely viable route. One merely needs to find the space. You know, personally, it's not something that I would do, but because I'm fearful's the wrong word. I worry that if I started something like a Patreon, that I would stagnate. I would coast. Oh, I don't need to get up today because that's happening regardless. Well, Angelos, and you're entirely correct. Like, it is a proven methodology to creating a sustainable setup of making lots of little games. They don't have to be good. Actually, I need to explore out this way. There's more stuff. But yeah, like Legend, I'm entirely funded by you lot. Well, okay, I can't say that strictly right now, you know. And I'm extremely lucky to be able to get to work with some lovely games companies as well. But yeah, you know, the longship continues because, you know, I have the patronage of your lovely selves. So I get all fucking get so ruddy feelsy when we have those big days, you know. And then I flew into the sun and died. The end. The end. Will's dead now. Oh no, I'm in the Dead Meadows. Wait, was this where we were earlier? Ah, yes. I've somehow trapped us back in an infinite loop of poetry. Good work, me. I feel like we should have had like a Dark Soulsian style pop-up for this area. That's cute. Was that there before? I don't think it was. Okay. I don't think it was dishwasher. I think it was microwave. Congratulations, Fiona. You scared the heck out of Dustin. Definitely microwave. Or microwave, for those of you with class. Secret pages, secret pages.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Micro flavor fave.
Claw flavor fave. How you doing, Deus? Watto and welcome. Sad to hear we're not going to have you for Sea of Thieves this Friday, but I hope you're going off on cool adventures. As I'm stupidly excited to get one for the new season. Okay. Ah, beans! I have failed the puzzle. Anyway, sorry, what were we talking about prior? Oh, yes. Look, I think something like the sock pop method taken to a slightly larger degree is valid. And I don't want to delve down the capitalism evil conversation route, because we all know it. You know, the true villain all along was capitalism. It's just, it's a conversation that we've had many, many times. But it's counter to how large companies are run, predominantly because they are run to, you know, turn a profit infinitely until they die. You know, the giant alligator method, if you will. Oh. So it's just zipping around out here, alright. Trying to fall off whatever this long path is. But if you haven't encountered it, so Sockpop were one of the early studios to start doing Patreon, essentially. What they do is they made a few games the standard way, and they started making some money from it. So they started creating Game Jam-sized games, along with a few more complete titles. And users would get them just by nature of being part of the Patreon, or they could be sold on Steam as well. And it worked brilliantly. You know, they're popping out lots of little games. The Patreon predominantly covers like the day in, day outs, but then the sales of the title, especially the ones that have succeeded, like Stacklands and things like that, have gone brilliantly. And they've constantly added to Stacklands. If you haven't played it, it's wonderful. It's guilt-free cultist sim. It's better than cultist sim on pretty much every front. Okay, so Deus, from all the redactions and the whas, you're definitely getting a cupcake. Nice. Also, I do need to impose upon you at some point, when time and money allows, we need to go back to the tea shop that you gave me some of the good stuff from, because their fruit citrus blend was amazing, and I need more tea. Okay. So we're still chasing the key, which I think I put in a balloon somewhere, but whilst also grabbing these pages. I hope they do like a little print-on-demand version of the physical book. That would be lovely. So we've been through there, been to the forests. I guess we head through the central point and try and bounce our way up into the future. Whee! But yeah, I know we talked about this on Saturday, but again, keep your hands off Etiken. Fucking love it. And I love that there is that the craft of the business of making art is taken very much into consideration. Because, like, if you can produce a game all by your lonesome... Oh. It was here all along. Fucking hell. Then absolutely do it. If your art... If you need more people, more support to create it, then... Oh shit, we're gonna... Oh shit, we're gonna Sonic bonus game this. Let's go! Whoa! Yeah, hit them speed loops. Chase this jar down. Whee! Oh, as a complete aside to literally anything, the first episode of the Knuckles TV show is legally free to watch on YouTube. And I am not saying that it's my fault. No. But what I will say is that the fact that Idris Elba is Knuckles and got his own show sounds like something I would use my time travel powers to help. Yeah, future me might have already made a cameo in it. Because, like, I've made no secret, I'm a big fan of Idris Elba. Like, I've been a Sonic the Hedgehog kid. One of my great achievements in life, I don't even know if I can still do it, was completing Sonic and Knuckles. The Sonic 3 into Sonic and Knuckles Tower of Power, which is a nightmarish challenge that I would not wish upon any of you. I can still do Sonic 3 pretty much from muscle memory, but Sonic and Knuckles, the bonus stages were like agony incarnate. Ah, okay, so we already got the little pages from here. I explored out of whack. Okay. I love it when that feels like you've done something right and not something wrong. Hello, River. You absolute bad word. Absolute bad word. Because you got in trouble. Okay, that wasn't it. Okay, so we got ourselves a little golf minigame. Boosh! Nice little good walk spoilt. Alright, Angel Colleen, have a lovely rest of your day. To be continued. Alright, we don't go too hard. Just kiss that egg. Kiss that egg. Sorry, Dustin with seeds become trees. D's become nuts. throughout varying times and varying cultures, the idea of, you know, words as expression has been something that I found as fascinating. So, like, I've understood what a haiku is for a very long time, but I never understood how it fit in. That it's basically a kind of, like, you know, whimsical word play. You know, like a little... It's not about the constraints, it's about the challenge of trying to, like, come up with one off the top of your head. It pains me to think of D's nuts jokes as in a similar vein. Oh, is that... I got the chip shot. No! Okay, maybe I can't just... Oh, I can't just hoof it up there. I might be in trouble. Might be in trouble. But let's try once more with the Hadouken method. Hadouken! Nah, the fucking hill's too steep. Good bloody walk spoiled, I tell thee. Alright, let's go for the other hole. It's not like it's keeping par. I also, having a really clean colour palette does mean it's really easy to understand what you've got to do. Hey, Immortal N, variety is the spice of life. I was being a little bit too clever there. I thought I could go for like a chip shot. Quite enough. So I'm going to pop it up here. Oh, beans! River made a weird noise. I looked away and now I don't know where the ball is. I have fucked up. I am playing golf, and my golf ball is white in a sea of golf balls that are also white. There it is. This was not wise. But this could be. Recommended. Potter, you have chosen Power Drive. Oh, here we go. This looks like it's got a good lob arc for us. Oh, we can change the angle. Whee! And now I've learned. Learning is half the battle. G.I. Joe! Oh, Ricky, you're fine. Okay, now I know how to do lob shots. Slightly more of a chance. I was hoping it would pick up more speed, and no, we'll just go for the... Oh yeah, actually, so Dustin, that is something that we could absolutely do after this. You know, we could keep the vibes going with the Damien Crawford golfing experience. A little bit less of a straight fucking upsies. There we go. Because I don't know how much game we have left. Like, I'm not going to be able to get all of the secret pages today on one stream, and frankly, I'm not going to try. I really, really hope, friends, you consider picking this up, leaving a review, like, let people know about this. You know, my hope that this is not a game that languishes on the vine. But I definitely want to leave something for y'all to find, you know? You know, if you'll get the chance to play through it yourself, I want there to be a value to it, you know? With some of these titles, it's hard to know whether or not just watching them is the same experience. And away we go! It is. Verdon, I would prefer you not spoil the ending to this game, but yes, that is our invitation to Smash. And seeds become trees. Woo! I've taken so many screenshots throughout this. What up, Flying Book? Between the calmness of the game, its poetic nature, and the post sandwich, I'm trying not to have a snooze in front of you. I don't think I've fallen asleep on stream yet. Oh wait, no, there might have been one time, but I was very drunk. I know, Hindle. Shocking. Me imbuing of alcohol? But it is more likely than you think. It happens from time to time. The most famous one, I think, was still a gentleman who was playing Devolver's VR title. Ooh, I know I could steal him. Oh, missed it wrong. It was Devolver's VR title called Gronk. And a Glaswegian gentleman fell asleep and like fully passed out in the back of shot. So Devolver invited everybody to his stream and then started giving away keys and things like that. As a whole, like, it was like hundreds of people just watching this guy sleep. Of course, now Twitch has the "shh, I'm sleeping," which is entirely valid. You know, that's why I'm pondering, like, if we did Snareway to Sneven, would I just, like, basically set up a camping bed in the back of shot here? But anyway, we've got the Le Marbles 24 as our next big one. Onwards and upwards. Secret. A delicate vessel. A sprawling sky. While memory remains, the way ahead may yet be found. I worry if I question the dream logic will fail. I mean, of course, we're a flying tree powered by lanterns. Of course. So sorry, when it offers us the little rings, it's essentially offering us two different paths. And I hesitated and kind of like double guessed myself on that last one. So here it's between the lighthouse and the windmill. I think I like the windmill better. The lighthouse implies water. They got me with the old lighthouse fake out. Oh no, that sounds lovely. But an ocean full of pollen. Yeah, I know. One of those things. I'm very lucky. Okay. Honestly, Jamami, I think this would be a great game to get absolutely fucking baked to. In my humble opinion. Let's go, windmill. Let's go. There we go. What use are words if never read? And what use are words if never said? Sorry. My brain immediately went to fear his name. The pee-pee poo-poo man. But apparently I can't take anything seriously right now. Mortal Len, no! Sorry, Mortal Len was like, next time I get baked, I plan on playing Sunlight, getting lost in the sea of voices. I mean, respect. It's okay. But damn. We'll keep it here. A little bit more movement. So friends, I apologise for taking another break. I desperately need the loo. It's That's what I get for drinking like a pint of tea. But if it's all right with your good selves, I'd love to continue with this. So, oh, we don't get music because we haven't gotten to the ambient parts. Okay. I'd rather you have some tunes. Okay. So, friendos, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Please don't go anywhere, and to be continued. Apologies for the wait, friends. Naru, thank you kindly. How are you all doing? Shall we continue with our bright-eyed adventure? Sorry about the quick pause in. Oh. I'm definitely going to keep going with this for a while, but I will say that while it's probably not a problem if you're playing it at home or on your telly or what have you, playing this with the lights on is definitely very bright. And I may need to take a little break from bright lights. Bright light. Not legend. Thank you for the lurk, friend. I was talking to homies last night, and it's like, hey, lurks all still count. Oh, that's fun. You could basically store up the energy from the spin to create this little launcher. Oh, that's really cute. I think one of the things that this has going for it so well is that everything is clearly communicated, and yet the way in which you interact with this poetic dreamscape is always ever so slightly different. Fucking wee! So like with these areas, it's the same mechanics from earlier, of just moving towards things that they can construct. But then the outcome is different. God. Isn't it wild to think that this is the same art medium that brought us Big the Cat catching a frog? Froggy! And this. I'd love somebody that understands the construction of poetry better than myself. I'd love for them to have a trundle through it just to get an understanding. Because again, I still remember in great depth my English teacher trying to explain to me what a poem was. There's some parts of your like childhood education that stay with you. It's that, and the drama teacher who's trying to explain to me what upstaging was. Spoiler: I was not getting the fucking concept. Because in my tiny head, with upstaging, it was like, well, why would it be bad if I'm not entertaining the audience? So I guess it's not a ubiquitous term. So upstaging means to basically show up whoever the lead actors may or may not be. And Jemami, I mean, that makes me feel better. Jemima was saying everyone has a memory of somebody in class not being able to grasp what a poem is. Because it's like, how can something so simple in its construction be so complex, you know? And if you already don't do English language good like. Ah, Mr. Jump. Ah, no, fuck. Sorry, I was agreeing because Angelos was saying that they felt that they never got poetry. Was told it was important, but not why it was important. You know, you know as well as I do, is that poetry isn't necessarily about what's written, it's about what's evoked from feeling, you know? Be it how it's constructed on the page, how it's constructed in a sentence, the words used and in what configuration, etc. Oh, Verdon, go get pizza. Pizza is always more important than poetry. And so, here's the weird one, Jamami. Shakespeare works just fine with my dyslexic ass. Hell, the one that continued to surprise me was Ulysses, or how you're supposed to fucking say it. The not James L. Jones, although James L. Jones reading Ulysses would be fucking great. The gigantic tome, the bane of English literature knob-ends everywhere. I never struggled with it because it is written wrong. James L. Joyce, thank you, Naruhoodie. Like, I never struggled with it. Because most people struggle with how it's just weirdly... the sentence structure doesn't make sense. People talk in weird and broken ways. And I'm like, nah, that's just how patter be. Right? But it comes from the fact that just the manner in which, dyslexics read is very, very different, and that methodology suits it very well. Whee! Oh yeah, no, and no, if you're not used to the patter, it can be very hard. And the reason why Ulysses is so fucking difficult to get, at least as it's been explained to me, is because everything about it breaks the convention of what you're taught on how to read and how to understand. Plus, the whole book itself is a nonsense cacophony of, two guys and a weird day out. Peeps get drunk, go to funeral. Fearless said, and I quote, "My father made me recite poetry every evening before I brushed my teeth." This might be the most British thing you've ever told me. He told me, when you're grown up, if you know poetry, people will assume you're smart, even if you're not. Bloody true. If you can quote something even half right, and you sound like you know what you mean when you do it, people will always assume that you know what you mean when you do it. Hell, I think I've done it to all of you lot, or any of you I've drunk with in the reel. One of my favourite things to do, and it's incredibly obnoxious, is in the most formal clipped voice I can manage, I will correct somebody on how something is pronounced, even though I'm completely full of shit. The one I used to keep getting my friend with, my friend Dylan, so I'd constantly tell him it's actually pronounced T-Mobile instead of T-Mobile. It's pronounced T-Mobile. And the thing is, just due to the fact that my accent and my cadence makes it seem as if I know what I'm doing, people would stop and then realise that I was being a little shit. Though my favourite one of all of those will, of course, be all the bits from the Grand Budapest Hotel. Yeah, actually, it's pronounced Tumble. Excuse me, it's not T-Mobile, it's Tumble. The other one is informing somebody that a letter is silent. It's just mobile, the T is silent. Never get down to mobile. I'll never get tired of that. English is a fun language to fuck around with because it's already a messy marmalade of shit stolen and, you know, all kinds of like pseudo-Latin, pseudo-Gaelic, wholesale stolen French. And there's so much wonderfully expressive nonsense you can do with it. Yeah, it's already fucked up. But on the plus side, you don't have to, you know, you don't have to gender your words, which is nice. Yes, Angelos Plus, we have a new accent every 20 miles. And although we don't need to do the accents conversation again, because we've been talking about that a lot on the Sea of Thieves, because there was a thing doing the rounds on social media about how the Southern drawl works very well with Shakespeare. Some would go so far as to say it sounds better, but that's contentious. And I have not wanted to start a fight with people on the internet, so I haven't really been chiming in, but that is because the Southern drawl is an emulation of rich British wankers. Or at least that's its origin. And so it's not that Shakespeare sounds better in British so much as the Southern roll has so much still contained British colonialism in it that it still shines through. If one butterfly might change the world, what then of dozens dancing on our chests? Firstly, I'd say, if you don't have a ticket, you're not getting in. Oh yeah, no, Angelos, it actually does work really well. Although the strangest one was Fiona showed me an individual who moved to the UK from the southern states of the US, and their blended accent is like, it's like listening to a compiling error.
So, just tuned in, is the game everything you were hoping and or expecting?
I mean, I certainly did not come here expecting anything, but it's a lot more game than I was thinking it was going to be. Considering its art style and its presentation, I was expecting something more akin to a walking sim, a visual poem, if you will. But while not very, very stressful in their nature, it's predominantly a puzzle game about learning the cadence of these dreams, these sketches, these poems, and then following them through. It is very, very pretty, and I will be recommending it to a lot of people. And Bacon, thank you for the bits, friend. I don't know if you saw, but our three winners from the Bacon Memorial Balatro Invitational, or Bambi, was Punspector, Greybeard, and Angelos. Basically, Punspector won, and then Greybeard and Angelos were awarded cool points. Mainly because Angelos got a shiny chrome fire joker, which is no mean feat, and Greybeard did really good. I didn't do too badly myself, but like, we have seen many things. Oh, I thought we had to go and collect the Nara says, I realize you are concerned since Bookwalker is not letting us see the book we're trying to translate. Interesting. God, we still need to go back to that RPG where you dive into novels. Sorry, puns. My apologies. I was off by quite a lot. Alright. So we've done the windmill. I guess now we either do the town. Are those whales? Oh, so we're going to end up doing both. It's just we did the windmill to start. Some of these sections do have big be not afraid energy, you know what I'm saying? Now, it says nothing that was can truly be again, but I don't know. I remade the sandwich that I made last night and it was still good. So, I draw umbrage with your poetic conclusions. Was it Pagemaster Legend? The RPG where you could jump into books? Because I realised we spent like a day on that and I kept being like, oh, we should really... No, I forgot. A world in which the power to leap into novels is considered illegal. Okay, Naru, it was a new sandwich, but what was sandwich again. Okay, so Pagemaster was a movie and a terrible platformer in 1994. Okay. I have too many game names rattling around in the old noggin. I went away for too long. Harmonious, I do remember Book of Demons. That was very good. I had hoped all would stop while I was gone. Good that. Actually, I do think, Harmonious, that Book of Demons is a really good example of how to use a clever art style to make yourself less work, not more. Oh. Really hard. We're actually moving kind of in a 3D space almost. Really fucking hard to avoid that. Damn it! God, fucking damn it, Dave. One. Ooh. Okay. Big anchor always falls to the middle. I'm just not gonna hang out in the middle. Oh, fucking bullet time dodge. Woo! Ow. Actually, Genres, I'd need to check the page, but I don't know if I have heard of Kitchen Crisis. You might have found one I've missed. And considering how good this year's been. That was so hard. gather yourself. Oh! I am not sure, but okay. And Shauners, thank you. The game I was thinking of was the Bookwalker. Okay. That's where Naru threw me for a loop. Because you were talking about Bookwalker, the service. So I've got the little light shield. It's okay. Fuck yeah! Let's punch some anchors. The light may fall. Get bent anchors. Let's go. Break the shit with my face. Bam! No one told me we were playing Res. This is the best! This is so good! Reload! Fuck. I don't know where that got to me. Oh.
I have no idea what's going on, but I'm already several drinks in and enjoying the ride.
Hey, Scotty. Oh, I don't know why that. Yeah, I don't know why that got to me. Not in a bad way, but that caught me off guard. How are you doing, Scotty? And thank you again.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, and Legend, how are you doing, friend? Actually, no, you've been in earlier. Sorry. Reflex. Thank you. Is that what I meant to say? Hey? Might be Mr. the Twitch is rolling out the next round of subs early. Well, Legend, let me show you some. Okay, need some keys for that. Let me show you some of this beautiful title, and I don't know. Hopefully, I can. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why that last section got to me. Not in a bad way, like I said, but... So yeah, so Scotty, this is the Collage Atlas. It's one part poetic walking sim, one part puzzle game. It is absolutely gorgeous, and everything you see in here was like hand drawn, like pen and ink, like physically made. And it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Ah. So if we head back to previous sections, there's one more key here to find that will unlock whatever's in this chest. One from the early section with the cogs, one from the butterfly garden, and one from the the butterfly dreams, and one from the post room. I found 2 of them. Maybe the other will be here. But yeah, no, Scotty is absolutely gorgeous. Also, this game completely, well, I shouldn't say completely, no game is a failure. This game has not been picked up by the usual spaces, and so if you can, give it a wish list, share it with anybody you think might like it, because it hasn't resonated yet, and I mean, you can probably see already, I'm already impressed with it so much. Like I said, I thought it was going to be more of just a walking simulator, a throwaway trundle through poetry, but I find myself genuinely intrigued by it. And these little hidden puzzles here are fascinating. The other thing is, actually, while we're chasing this, at any point you can do this, you can bring up the book, all of the pages and chapters here. There are hidden pages, there are hidden elements to it, there's so much to find. Oh, because I brought up the book, we lost the we lost the path. That felt personal. There we go. All right, let's see. I know you're here. This game has its own fascinating kind of dream logic. And yeah, so that'll be one of the hidden pages, which may or may not give us more insight into this whole trippy adventure. And Scotty, absolutely. So yeah, we've had some wonderful conversations today with some great little ideas. I'm not saying it's the case for this, but someone was talking about the idea of, what if this is the monster's perspective, right? So you remember the old Meet the videos from Team Fortress 2, and the second to last, I think, was Meet the Pyro. And it was a fun joke, right? The whole thing is the Pyro sees the world in this like happy baby's playground where everyone's all like, "Do you believe in magic?" You know, and like they have a big tuba that shoots balloons and bubbles. The idea that a game like this could be the perspective by which the monster sees the world, I think is a really interesting concept. And, you know, if we had hours in a day to just be making video games all the time as well as talking about them, you know, I think I'd explore that concept. I was watching somebody play Bendy and the Ink Machine, And that's interesting because you're essentially, trapped in this cartoon world that has spilled out into the real world, right? But, what was the other one we played with the puppets? My Friendly Neighborhood, where it's, the set of a, Sesame Street alike. But with that, again, we're still seeing it from a person's perspective. What do those worlds look like to the... what does a living cartoon see the world as? Harmonious, have you seen much of the... I think it's the follow-up to Bendy. Bendy and the Dark Revival, that sounds right. Oh no, I was more curious because I haven't heard much about it, only that it exists. And I'm curious as to if it... Ooh. Let's take this back.
Pick of Destiny acquired, 30 GS.
I doubt this is the right key, but I want to find out. And Scotty, thank you for the bits and the Chivo. Oh. Yeah, like I said, you joined just after, one of these bits. I don't know, just the music and everything just really struck a chord with me. Got a few tears out of me. I won't lie. I always found it fascinating that Rooster Teeth games didn't end up becoming more of a thing. Just from the fact that, they were handling some really big stuff. And, it was the point where, oh. It was the point at which, you could get Bendy and the Ink Machine toys in Walgreens, of all places. Between that and Hello Neighbor, I was very... Yeah, that's wishful thinking. I was very impressed with how much real-world merch and coverage they got. And there's also that thing, Harmonious, of perhaps, the need for more information in horror is that need for more information is what made it worth our time in the first place, You know what, Scotty? I know what you mean. I think I had one of those for Transformers, obviously. Yeah, sorry, Scotty was saying that it's just kind of fall into place how this all feels so familiar. The gate reminds you of the illustrations for the old Fighting Fantasy books where you rolled dice kind of D&D style to turn to a page for outcomes. Yeah, it's interesting because the familiarity of this works very well. If this is but a meditation on dreams. It succeeds in doing the one thing that is very difficult for other media to encapsulate: the fact that a dream is impossible and yet feels so familiar. You know, your unconscious mind doesn't, unless you've learned how to lucid dream, in which case, well done. But the idea that you can be dropped into something that makes no sense, but because it's the very construction of your subconscious, you go, oh, well, makes perfect sense. Everything about this is logical. You know, this uses, I don't want to say simple, but it uses unthreatening mechanics and a very tactile kind of puzzle solving to make it feel like games you know. Yeah, no. Sorry, I said that with such authority, like I had a follow-up sentence. I did not. I did not. But no, okay. You know what? So Harmonious, that might have been similar to like the hooks that kind of got my brain whirring on it. Harmonious was saying that on the discussion of Bendy and the Ink Machine, it's the draw of the unknown, which is a lot of the time what pulls people into horror. Less about being scared, but more about a mystery to be solved, right? And Harmonious was saying that through the point where Bendy convinced me it had something, wasn't really the initial concept of mystery, that Harmonious got really interested at some point. Some of the dialogue from a character about what it's like to be a cartoon dissolving into the primordial ink. Yeah, no, and that's feckin' fascinating. You know, all these varied perspectives coming together. Wait, I missed one down this way? I did. Sorry, I was chatting with friendos about the manner in which old horror movies used to translate from like subversion of expectation to the things not, I wouldn't say worthy of derision, but worthy of being the bizarrities that you would expect. The Friday the 13th franchise starts off so well as a subversion of expectation, and then by the time you get to like Jason X. Oh, yes, Chonrus, absolutely, friend. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. It's like I kind of want to go back at some point and see if I can find whichever is the hidden key that we missed, you know? Well, John, you made a banger. Made a banger. A beautiful game. Gorgeous game. Look, friends, if it's alright with you, kinda... let's see what we got. And Scotty, I've not seen that one. So in the preface... So does the circle mean that we've found it? I guess the hidden pages are additional. And Scott, I'll have a look into that one. Okay, and the crossed out sections are sections we missed. I wonder if there are clues. Circle each page is found. The inked pages seem to be something else, right? So line... so like the inked pages seem to be something chaotic. But I guess okay. There's more to this. And this book's gotta be the fucking... this book has got to be the clues, right? So if we head straight back in, where does it take us? Haha!
River, leave it. Come on.
So there's a whole section we haven't been to. So there's only one secret to find there. There were lots of secrets to find there. And I guess if we'd chosen the lighthouse rather than the windmill, that would have set us on a different path. Okay, I'm just going to check this section here to see which were the keys we needed. Because I know we encountered 3 different sets of locks, right? I want to see if we can find the last key piece to this. Because if I remember, the key and lock puzzles were quite early on. So we've got... I think those two is the garden and the greenhouse. So the middle one was the cogs. That's the one we don't have. Right? 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 And the cogs would put us... Because Balloon Ride was after cogs, so that's envelopes. That's the moon. So that would be this bit here. Or the bit before it, don't worry about it. Because this begs the question, what else is this game saying? Amos, you're okay, buddy? Is that our return? So currently the key locks are already unlocked, so if we wish to, we could just move through it. We don't have to play through the whole segment. So that means we're on a hawk eye out for what? The cog keys? The cog keys were related to the memories, weren't they? Now look, I'm all for understanding the puzzles of what came before. And so what we need to do is find something that's like a balloon with a key on it. Amos, you're okay, buddy? Alright, caffeine, go get the good sleep, friend. See a few more of the butterflies to inspect. Bear with me just a second. I just want to make sure Amos isn't doing something he's not supposed to. We're okay. False alarm. False alarm. Back to poetry. Oh. And look, I'm trying not to get too feelsy this evening, but it does warrant saying that I am very lucky because I can spend a day like today where we play something completely unknown and arty and fascinating, right? Or that was the garden grounds. I see you over there, buddy. Or like tomorrow we're playing Elden Ring. We'll just smash things in with a sword and do battle with each other. Oh, I might have discovered this one. Yeah, this is where I started. This was the point where I started getting wise to this game. For a balloon covered in cogs. Because was this the anchor we unlocked first? Which would mean possibly these puzzles sit somewhere around here. Because, like, you don't... There it is! Ha-ha! That looks like one of the keys we found already. Because one had the little tankard with a heart, one had the leaf with a heart. Was it this area that led us to the clockwork puzzles? Because if we got that one, which I'm sure we did, and we got the one from the greenhouse garden, so that means it's down here. Here we go. Good at math! Sorry, I apologise for dancing around. Poems are about intended meaning, right? The literature is more than what it is on the page. Its construction, its pacing, where it's placed, and what it does is all part of it, right? Which begs the question: what would literature asks us to find a hidden meaning? Games give us ways to find hidden things. Meaning can be conferred based on endings, based on secrets, you know. You don't have to join me in this opinion train, but I take umbrage with the term Easter egg, because if it means like a nod to another video game or something impossible from the text, then that's fine, right? And by the text, I mean like the core of the game. So I don't know why this is the first thing that springs to mind, but for example, the Toots the Unicorn in Red Faction Armageddon. Toots the Unicorn is not part of that game. It is not part of its intent. That farty little Doom machine is not actually... that farty little Doom machine is not actually part of the intended story as it goes through. So that's an Easter egg, right? But like, when it comes to things like endings, you know, those are things that the user is expected to find. They're part of the experience. Okay, here you are. Alright, you're just a hidden page, okay. Which then begins to beg the question, what effect is discovering the secrets of this game going to have on its intended... I see you over there. On its intended, I'm going to say message. I'm trying not to sound like a complete chronic bellend, but you know what I mean, right? Because right now, what we're looking for is we're looking for a balloon and a key. I did not find one here. Yes. It's also one of those things where I'm happy to discuss, like, because, like, sometimes, you know, whether or not something is or is not, or it should or should not be considered to be an Easter egg or canon or what have you, is up for discussion. So, just because I've had Rooster Teeth on the brain a lot recently, what with them closing down their doors and the ilk, you know, I've been kind of thinking about, it's either Halo 3 or 4, where if you play it on later difficulties, you know, the red versus blue crew can be heard yelling at each other. whether or not you choose to believe those characters are in that universe, I think is a fun discussion, you know. But right now, like, we're hunting for intended meaning. And, like, at this point in our little playthrough... missed the fall. At this point in our intended playthrough, we hadn't really worked out the extent to which this game was going to have us explore and get weird with it, you know? Well, Scotty, that is also fine. You know, gaming vernacular isn't exactly a fine art. It's not hacks. You're just using a system that already exists in a cheeky way. Alright, but again, we're keeping an eye out for a balloon. What we ultimately want to find is a key with a balloon on it. I think I found this area when I accidentally looped back. I know we explored the tower, but I didn't check the extra places, so we'll do that now. But yeah. I mean, one of the things that makes video games so fucking great to talk about is when is it truly done? What is and isn't considered the text? You know? Talking to somebody who played through the first story in Nier Automata and then being like, oh, you know, I played through that game. So, wait, no, you played through Chapter 1. You played through the first little story. You went on Tim Tim's Tiny Adventure. I need you to buckle up. But because of its use of video game terminology, things like, you know, ending, game over, continue, etc., it kind of weaponizes the language we know to, I wouldn't say confuse, but like Nier is using its video game terms to throw us for a little loop. God. Obfuscate, thank you, Legend. I'm glad one of us is paying attention. More so than me, the person streaming. Alright, I know you're around here, you fucking cloud. I know you're here, Dracula! Where's my fucking money? Goddamn nerd. Where's my fucking money? Aha! What up, secret bed? Where do you lead to? No, I don't think this is where I'm supposed to go with secret bed. Is there another secret bed? See another secret bed. Busting out those hawk eyes. Well, maybe that was supposed to facilitate getting to that other island. Still. Alright, well this was the area where we started encountering all the feckin' clock nonsense, so it's fine. God. Okay, so work with me here, friends. What are some other titles that, like, to just finish them once and to delve no further is to do them an injustice? I mean, not to be a basic bitch, but my heart of hearts is definitely saying, obviously, Undertale. Oh. Oh, no, that's the end to this segment. Aha! The paintings, or the illustrations had poems to go with them. That's the cute little quirks. Actually, we should go explore that next, but... Yes! Chaunerus! Fucking Chrono Trigger! And the problem is, without spoiling it, it's very hard to talk to people about its value. I know, and Harmonious, I think you can make a good case for that. You know, if you watch somebody play through, especially like Dark Souls 1, just for the first time, with no tips, no hints, like there's very little story for them to explore. It's like they haven't got the language to understand the story. And it's not a diss on, you know, people. How the Souls games does its incredibly obfuscated storytelling is certainly a trip and a half. Yeah, Harmonious, to only play through Bloodborne once is to miss so much of it. Obviously, Everhood, but, you know, being very much evocative of the Earthbound Mother style of storytelling. No! Don't take me back! And you know what, Jamami? I guess the Stanley Parable is a good one. You know, that one, to play it once is to miss everything it's trying to say. Oh well. I'm sure I've missed loads of stuff in the forest anyway, so... Just, yeah. If you see anything that looks like a balloon... So some of these areas are just vast. But like, is this a game that has a true ending? Like, how does one discuss a poem when you can only read half of it? This game seems to be a meditation on dreams. You know, the only through line is really the self. You know, I feel, I experience, I am, right? But the implication of figures, I find it hard to believe that it's just coincidental, but maybe. Hell of a puzzle. I know, Harmonious, I think you're right that Everhood looked to Undertale's delivery and did make something that was a lot more robust. But also, because it grew up after... Because it came in the shadow of Undertale, it meant that, one, users were far more ready to be like, oh, this is the kind of game where I have to play this more than once. And it allowed them to do quite a lot. At least in my humble opinion. So this was the tower. We did the tower. definitely did that weird little walking setup over there. We did this gazebo. But I have noticed that with the gazebo grounds, they tend to be very clever with this. And the little orange butterflies are very good for visually showing us what we haven't found so far. That's the question with this game. Would they throw something dark and hidden at us? Oh, so would the gentleman who made it, I should say. Like, what is there? Pretty confident I've explored this area because I got lost here. Well, I think Harmonious Undertale did a very, very good job because it was a very, very simple premise off the bat. Like, it was very easy for people who enjoyed it to spend time with its themes, right? You know, you are a kid, you fell down a well, goat mom is nice to you, go, right? You know, I don't think one could understate how well that game paces. By the time you realise that, you know, it's actually batting the kind of weight category it does. You know, you've already spent ages with it. Okay, let's try this area next. This area was more self-contained. I don't think very methodical about this. There is a key out here, just for us, and I'm going to find it. And it could have been the boat section, because I did feel like I kind of zoomed through this a little. In some segments, it's hard to tell what is the ever-continuing. Dustin says, plot twist, you ever drop an acorn into a box every day for 100 days? Oh, it was the fishing we didn't finish. We might have to fish up the last key. That would make a weird sense. But Legend was saying their personal experience with Undertale was kind of perfect. Got in, saw the way it was blocked. Fought and killed the tutorial monster, felt bad, restarted the game, got called out. Yes. I think that's extremely valid. Because that's what it was batting for. Big whale. Big whale. Like, so far no sign of this key though. Because it could be this is just poem pieces. the fishing is done. Where are you, floaty balloon? I'm as angry trying to find a balloon since the last time I had one stolen from me at a children's birthday party. Admittedly, I shouldn't have been at that party, but that's not the point. Okay. Picked up something. In fairness, the balloon launchers have looked very similar in each of the areas. That takes us up to where we were. Oh, why am I an idiot? By the power of Grayskull. We've literally been given the tools to search it out. We use photo mode to fly around the islands. Because we can hit that button at any point, even if we're... Alright. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with heated power sources. Better check yourself, balloon, because you are fucking mine. So we find out it's like hiding under the island or something. My brain was like, wait a second. We can Subnautica this. We can fly around with our little fucking detection drone. You're right, Fred. Asking the dangerous questions. Check these islands. Because no one else has played this. We're the only numpties we can ask is us. Alright, I see you, floaty. Oh, okay. Alright, I see what you're about. I mean, this could unlock a new area for us to go to. No, it's a page. That'd be a bloody good poem. Dick. Sorry. Will gets mad at lamps. More on this story at 11. Okay. I'm going to head up to the upper section, but I may have to admit a very, very reluctant defeat. I know you're out there, janky ass balloon fuck. I know you're out there. But I couldn't see it. Plus, we're getting to kind of like the 6-hour mark, and I need to make squirrel noises. No, I will not provide you any more context. Book to new. However, this does mean that, friends, there are mysteries left unsolved in this beautiful game, and there are puzzles to grab on into. I'm coming back to this. I'm coming back to you. So yeah, friends, yeah, Naru, thank you kindly. Like, I have no... I get no financial gain from this game succeeding. I just want to see it do well, you know? Like, it's doing something really special. And I want to see it do well. I really do. Unfortunately, due to the very nature of the credits, I do have to bring us back to desktop before I can do credits in the ilk. But and go back up and Kitchen Crisis. Thank you. Yeah, so Jonas, I actually hadn't heard of Kitchen Crisis. It did come out last month, so it makes me feel a little bit better. Well, what an absolutely beautiful day, and I'm so glad I got to share that with you all, friends. So don't go anywhere. I have people to thank. I have credits to roll. We'll find some lovely mother hubbards on this. Twitch.television to go spend some time with. Okay. Go for it, Legend. Go play in the sea. Go have a good time. Oh, Legend, the Whoopo playthrough is a treat, so let me know what you think. Okay, as my brain begins to leak out of my ears, as our evening comes to a close, friends, I hope you've had a lovely time. I know this was a strange and different pacing, and I definitely got the crazy eyes towards the end in solving this, but these are the kind of games that, like, are just such a joy to find. We got all but one achievement, which is just to find all the pages of the Collage Atlas. But yeah, so all of you that added it to your wish list, thank you. Alright. No, you're breathtaking, Eagle Lives. Thank you. But no, remember what I said. Like, I am incredibly blessed that I can spend a day like this on something arty and weird and strange, and tomorrow we can play, you know, Big Sword Punch Adventures. Thursday's Valheim with DJ. Like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good, friends. Congratulations to all the Balatro Challenge players. I hope you had fun. Pun Spectre scares me now, but it's fine. Oh. Yeah, if you see me in Discord later, do come say hello, but I'll probably be setting up the recording booth this evening. So, bar for nada. Bar for nada. Honestly, I think that's about it. I can't think of anything else right now. Just thank you. You know? At times of great trouble and times of great strife, I try and focus on what I have, not what I have lost. And every time I do that, I come back to the fact that I am allowed to do this, and that is both a privilege and an honour. So, thank you. Bartimus Geo. Right. Let me roll my credits before I descend into unhinged madness. What a beautiful day. And I don't know why it was the section of crashing through the anchors that really got to me. Like, I was crying. Like, so much of that game. So to Numbers, not that one, you know what you did. But also Shooty McGunbang Dev, Clank Crusher, Arrow Griffin, Fern, a very doubtful guest, Dust in Your Eyes, Verdant Flow, JS Daisy, Legend of Moraid, whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating 66 months. Thank you. To Akira Zero, Favor 6, Scotty Doggy, Pun Spectre, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, and Naru Hoodie. Thank you for the bits. Like, you know by now that donations is what keeps us going. Cannot say thank you enough. Thank you to the entirety of the moderation team, not just Nightbot, but to Lizzie T. Powell, Raptor Moose, and Caffeine, you legends, and Restless Roots brought us in a raid. How fucking marvellous. So yeah. Let's just see who's still up. Oh. And what is going down?
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Greyjoy, you fucking legend. Thank you.
Last minute resub.
Yep, still counts. And Naru, 15 bits is still 15 more bits than at the start of the day. Okay. Okay. So it's going to be tricky for me to tell you who these are without giving it away. So, I can offer you bizarre, almost educational level nonsense. I can offer you ill-advised chainsaw, or Suns Out, Guns Out. So that's your choices are Suns Out, Guns Out, ill-advised chainsaw, or educational nonsense. What strikes your fancy? I've got one for the ill-advised chainsaw. Yeah, so Naru, it's just... Alright, one for bizarrely educational. Because here's the thing, we have so many friends that are all streaming right now. I want to support all of them. I can only raid into one of them, right? That's two for educational. Do we have a third for bizarrely educational? Well, you know what? Educational is definitely in the lead. So I'm going to send you over to Sage Bell, who is playing Dinosaur Escape in Time. The others was Hero to the People Dan Jones, who's doing a Fallout 1 run with a chainsword, and my good buddy Octo, who apparently is very sunny in LA right now, so it's Suns Out, Guns Out. So, but it is Sage's birthday week. So they're doing like a weeko streams. But yeah, it's one of the few downsides about doing this is like we can only raid into one person at the end of the night. So yeah, so Sage is playing some, it looks like an educational dinosaur game. And like it appears that the UI is partially in Spanish, so that's the educational bit. But anyway, friends, I hope you had a fun...
The spirit board slowly spells out strangely educational.
Well, Bacon, there we go. Bribery and corruption, let's go homie. It's dino time. But no. You probably won't see me online later, but I'll do my best, alright? But whatever you do, have a fucking lovely rest of your evening. And yeah, tomorrow, Big Sword, Elden Ring, good times. Good company, Big Sword. You too, Naru. Thank you all again. Thank you all again. Right. Watch out! I'm terrible at ending streams. Let's fucking go! Howl for Tietus.